call today's Committee of the Whole to order. You have your addendum before you. We do have additions and corrections to the agenda. The most recent addenda is dated February 24th at 10:57, and it includes additional item number 43, which is correspondence relative to Doak Lane, and that's item number 15. And we also have the items of our closed session identified, in addition to a number of deputations added for the public session this evening, as well as the addendum contained the notice of motion as well. Could I have a motion to, and before I ask for that motion, to amend the agenda, I'd also like to add to our closed agenda that staff and council confer prior to the presentation that we will be receiving separately, and then following that, that we also confer separately after and that's item number 1 that's shown on the addendum. That's with respect to Newmarket Tay Hydro. Also, I would ask that we add an additional item regarding legal opinion or legal advice with respect to item number 24, which is the public meeting this evening. So, okay, so if I could have a motion to approve the amendments to the agenda, including those items. Sorry. Okay, Councillor DiMuccio and Councillor Hempin. All those in favor? And that is carried. So now that we've determined the agenda, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? There being none, there are not any presentations or items under recognitions. The first item then is a deputation by Mr. Gary Waters. Mr. Waters, are you here? There you are. If you could come forward, we permit up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. This is probably going to be the shortest deputation in history, but probably one of the most important in the town of Newmarket. I've watched this council for the last 3 years pretty intently. Where I haven't been able to make it in person, I've reviewed videos. Mr. Mayor, if you recall, through you, we had a discussion approximately 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago, regarding the downsizing of town council to 4 members, regional councillor, and a deputy mayor. It is my proposal today that we put this towards council for a vote. Now, that being said, we understand that nothing can be done because of the future election in 2014. It's just simply a matter of going on record of requesting that this item be reviewed once new council takes position. The review of many documents that I read on the town quite specifically have pointed in one direction, and that is Newmarket is no longer a town. It is broaching on becoming a city. That being said, we need the undivided attention of council, and not through any disrespect to anybody on present council, but we need people working 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Will that take you out of your ward system? Probably. And again, I would suggest that we review at the same time of downsizing council, going back to councillors at large. We've had this prior. When I look around the room, I see many, many faces that have been on this council for many, many years. The third part of this would be a mandate of no more than 2 terms. I feel, after being involved with a certain respect to the ERA banner and trying to get involved in motivating people to vote, I can't decide whether it's voter apathy that's causing the problem or the sheer fact that we have councillors that have sat on council for 30-some-odd years. Therefore, do they throw their hands up and say, there's no way can I win? I think as we move towards the city, we need new ideas, fresh thinking, and fresh thoughts. As I say, this deputation was short, and I leave the decision up to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of clarification? Any members? Okay. Regional Councillor?
More of a comment. I think I would support looking into this early in the next term and having a good thorough review of all the areas you covered, Gary. The only thing I would say is that the one comment I'd say is in terms of fresh ideas, always good in any organization. But just want to point out, because I think it's important that people recognize it, that I mean we do have 3 first-term members of council, 3 new faces just in the last term. So there is some turnover there, and I'm not saying that doesn't mean that the issues don't warrant looking at, but we have been getting some new faces sort of every term, and 3 out of 9 is a third.
I apologize, Regional Councillor, if I came across that there were no fresh ideas coming forth from this council.
No, I didn't mean ideas.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good ideas that have come out of this.
But even in new people, in terms of incumbency, et cetera. But still, I think the topic's well worth looking at.
Thank you.
Good. Councillor Twinney?
Would move a motion, I suppose, to refer it to staff to look at for next term of council, sort of the outlines of what other municipalities, sizing, the makeup of it, and how would we move forward, would it have to go to? Because I know in the past, when I remember when we changed from a at-large to a ward system, we had a referendum vote. So would that be part of the consideration too? Maybe that could come back from staff through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay, so this deputation be received and the matter be referred to the next term of council? Is that the motion? What's the motion?
Yeah, it's going to come back at that time. As long as it comes back early on, sure.
Yeah, just I think we should put a parameter on it within the first 12 months, because it's something you need to deal with fairly early in the term, right?
I agree.
You want to deal with it.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Twain, second by Regional Councillor, that the deputation be received and the request be referred to staff for consideration in the next term of council, in the first 12 months of the next term of council.
Perfect.
Okay. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Councillor Emmanuel.
Yeah, just a question. Would staff be reviewing governance in general? Because I don't want to marry specifically, and nothing against the proposal, but I'm sure one could land on 5 councillors or 6 councillors. There's in public consultation. So it's a general governance review, what it might look like, and the options. That's what the new council would be reviewing. Great, I'll support that.
Intent is, okay, good. And from our discussions as well, Gary, we did talk about a number of options. We hadn't landed on anything, and that it's always good to take a look at your governance model on a go-forward basis, and it's good to explore what works most effectively. Without predetermining the outcome, let's explore what the community wants, and for that reason, I'll support that as well. But I think that's the job for the next council to do, and early in their term, so I'll support the motion as well. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
We have another deputation. I believe that's listed as item number 28, and that's Mr. Tom Pearson. And Mr. Pearson, are you here? There you are. Okay, you'd come forward, please. And you have up to 5 minutes, if you could.
Is this on?
Yes, you're on.
Yes, I'd like to, I came today to ask for a favor of council. Been doing a road hockey event for a number of years. It started out in a mixed income community as actually part of a community development project. So when that community development project ran out of funds, the model actually was designed to continue on. One of the things that arose from the community development project was the road hockey event for a community. And that particular community, one of the kids there was murdered in outside of a donut shop. And an award was created for that kid called the Mike Thornhill Friendship Award. So the event itself has been called the Friendly Neighborhood Youth Road Hockey Challenge. I know it's a lot of words, and believe me, when you're doing postering and stuff for it, it's not the most promotion-friendly title, shall we say? But that's the name of it. It's the Friendly Neighborhood Youth Road Hockey Challenge, and it is exactly that. It's just an event that kids can come out and play some road hockey. Over the years, we've had different locations. The first vision for it was always Main Street, actually, and we were there one year. And I want to raise that issue for one reason. You can still Google it to this day on the websites, and it will come up what a great town the town of Newmarket is for embracing road hockey and putting it on their Main Street. It was written on, and published on page 3 of the Toronto Sun newspaper, prominently. So we were very proud of that. We thought, wow, you know, because Main Street, we worked a number of years to get there, we thought, you know what, we're going to work to get this out there beyond Newmarket and reward the town here by promoting this thing outside of the usual boundaries in the media. And we got that done. And that wasn't the only article we got written. And you can still find them to this day. Our sponsors are very powerful in the search engines as well. So all of the blogs they've been putting up there have been promoting this town for a number of years. So all we're asking today for council to do is to waive a very minimal fee for the parking lot use and use of this building, because we've had a hard time since we used to play at Riverwalk Commons, actually, prior to Main Street, after Main Street, during the construction. It was hard for people to find us. Even last year, our sponsors could not find us. We don't have them this year. So we're begging and borrowing. We're coming here today begging and borrowing so that we can have use of the parking lot and the bathrooms and use of the council chambers here for that particular day. I know it's not. I know there has been a precedent set because, from what I understand, council has waived before $10,000 in fees for a group of doctors who had wanted to put on an event for the homeless at the Magnus Center, an ice hockey event. So we're asking for less than $1,000 here. And please find it in your hearts to support this event that has supported this town for a number of years. And I'm sure that article went a long way for this town being found as one of the best places to live in Canada. And I believe that our article and the work that we've done for this event, family-friendly event that's free, by the way, to all kids and all participants, and we feed them, we give them free hot chocolate, and it's run in cooperation with a group that has proven that they're able to put on an event that is an inclusive event for everybody and treats everyone with dignity. And if there's something wrong with having a group that does that associated with it, maybe that's the issue I found, trying to find support from this council. Sure, you've come out, election year, everybody was here last time. I've hardly seen anybody since. And I'd love to hear the statements that you make for other events in the town, the Jazz Festival, great, wonderful idea and everything. I'd love to see that same support come from council about this event. It's the 10th year, you probably won't see me again, so don't worry about that. But please, for this year at least, give us a little bit of help here. And you have been supportive in the past. 10 years is a long time to come out every year. I certainly do not expect that. But please, just for this year, all we're asking is to waive that particular fee. Council, you don't even have to come.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of clarification? Councillor Twinney.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for bringing this forward to council. I think it's important. It's an initiative that I know lots of kids love to go out and play ball hockey, and it's always a fun event. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just wondering, what is the fee for this? And also, have we, in other cases, we've used grants or things like that to cover these fees. Is there something that we can, do to make sure that this event goes off?
Mr. McDougall?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Twinney. This particular event as well, this year they were looking to move to possibly doing something in collaboration with Viva Next project closer to Davis. Unfortunately, the logistics didn't come together. So we've been working with organizers, and this is the location at 395 Mulock we thought could be a viable spot. The fees for the event in total come out to $758.71. Now, just to break that down in terms of what that all means, there's $195 of that represents the cost of utilization of this building and the parking lot. So that's the actual cost of rental of the space. The additional fees on that represent $120 goes towards building security, which is standard for any after-hours use at 395 Mulock, as well as approximately $400 charge, $395.41 to be precise, which is an insurance cost, which is a cost that all event organizers need to have either proof of insurance. So the municipality basically brokers between a third-party provider and the organizer to make things easier. So that represents not a revenue to the organization; it would represent a cost. So to answer your question, it's $195 for the rental of the space. The additional costs are costs that are basically are incurred to the municipality to support an event such as this.
Thank you.
That's true. And what day again is the event? It's March, it's part of March break, right? The Saturday of
Last
March
Saturday,
break?
March break every
Okay,
year.
thank you. I mean, maybe we can, perhaps we can, I
March
don't know, maybe
15th.
we just leave, maybe we can think of a sponsorship and work with you to get a sponsorship to cover these fees if, if we can't, obviously they're hard costs to the town, but work with you to make sure that their costs are covered and so that we don't, you don't incur any costs. I don't know if you've looked at any sponsorships, but I would gladly work with you to find a sponsor for this to cover the costs.
We have, but we're running out of time. That was the issue, was we didn't really have a location to tell them, so until very late last week. So
So now you got a location, so.
now we
maybe-
have a location. Yeah, we're still willing to take on sponsors, for sure.
Okay, good.
We do have some feelers out there, and we're hoping, but I'm not here, today I was here to ask the council to waive that fee.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vague, then Councillor Manuel. I'm sorry, Mr. McDougall, if you, just
Apologize,
before we get into that.
Councillor Twinney. I don't think I answered the second part of her question, and that was regarding how we support events like this in the past. And also wanted to just clarify something with the Docks on Ice event. That Docks on Ice event, the town did not waive $10,000 worth of fees towards it. It's actually $10,000 from the proceeds of that event, which is expecting to raise in excess of $200,000, will actually be going into a reserve account to be offsetting program costs for youth at risk. So it was a bit of a unique arrangement with the town, which results in $10,000 of the $17,000 rental cost still being paid to the town and reinvested into the community from the town for youth at risk programming. So, but on the way we've done in the past, we do have a community grants program administered through the Recreation and Culture Department. And traditionally, we have looked at first-year events or one-time investments in helping events get off the ground. There are some exceptions that do occur, and the one thing that is interesting this one, it is the 10th anniversary, but there is some stipulations in the criteria that provides exemption will be considered by council for those projects deemed to have long-term value and service to the community. So there is that potential within the community grants program if council so wishes.
Thank you. Does that answer your questions, Councillor?
Yeah, I'll wait for some of the other comments from my colleagues, and then at that time, I'll perhaps make a motion.
Okay, Councillor Vague, and then Councillor Manuel.
Thank you very much. One of the questions I was going to ask about was the community grants, because I know in the past I've helped organizations access that. But I do have one question. I was quite surprised to hear that insurance is $400 for a game of ball hockey. I'm very surprised at that. There's no way we can... it just seems very unreasonable. Like, I'm not too sure what's going to happen during ball hockey. That gives us such a liability, because we already have third-party liability on our property. So I'm just not too, maybe you can explain that a bit to me, because that's half the cost right here.
Mr. McDougall?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Vey, yeah, the insurance is actually, the price for that third-party insurance is set by the insurance provider, not by the town. We have no say in what that amount is. So we put all the event particulars together, and we make sure that we, on behalf, work with the renter of any given space, provide all the details to a third-party insurance provider. They come back with a price, and there's no negotiation on that price with that insurance provider. So that is the price, and for the municipality to require that client to have insurance provision, it's to protect the municipality, and that's commonplace across all rentals of facilities or events that we have.
Yeah, no, absolutely, I agree with that. We need to be protected. I was just surprised at $400 for ball hockey. I think maybe it is worth a call. Maybe the insurer misunderstood what was coming to them. It just seems like a very unreasonable, but I'll leave that to you. So those were my questions, and I'm anticipating what Councillor Twinney is going to come up with, so let us move on.
Just so you know, it was similar last year, similar cost.
Councillor Manuel, questions, clarification then?
I was just going to move a motion, but it was just going to be simple that that's because we can't make a decision until Monday anyway, Tom, because that's when council ratifies its decision, that staff report back to us for Monday night with options on how this might be able to be covered by the community grants. And if there's any outstanding, if it's not going to be able to cover it, or if there are any amounts, say the insurance can't be covered, I think I know my colleagues would probably help raise those $400 so that there aren't costs associated. So I would move that staff report to council on Monday night with options on how this might be covered by the community grant and to what extent.
And that the deputation be received?
That deputation be received.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Twinney. Any further discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay, items requiring separate discussion. We're dealing with Councillor Emanuel. I've got you back in the queue. Oh, this is for the consent items. Okay, all right, good. Items requiring separate discussion. Then, Councillor Emanuel.
15 and 18 for me.
15. Just see here. And item number 18. Okay, thank you. Regional Councillor.
8, 14, and 16?
8.
14 and 16?
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Twinney.
That leaves me with number 12, please.
Now, the notice of motion that we have, is that dealt with separately? It's on the addendum. Is that a consent item, or is that? Okay. I would ask that that be treated as an action item, so that we could deal with that separately. Any other items? Okay.
No, might have been pulled.
Okay, so then, Mr. Sheldon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I meant to mention this at the addendum stage, that staff did want to speak to number 16 as well. So it might help with some clarification on that.
Numbers. It has been pulled? Yeah, it was. It was pulled, yeah. And number 16, okay. So, could I then have a motion to approve all items with the exceptions of number 8, 12, 14, 15, 16, and 27. Is that correct? 18, 18, and 20, and 27?
Item 20 is the same as item 27.
Okay, item 20, 27 are the same items? Okay. Can I have a motion then, please? Councilor Mucho?
I'm sorry, yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, could the clerk explain, is a motion not a consent item? The mayor had requested it as an action item, but what is the proper procedure?
Yeah, it is, any item that's on the agenda is treated as a consent item unless a member of council pulls it.
Okay.
So the mayor had pulled the item for discussion.
Okay, because I heard him say treat it as an action item, but I just want to make sure that if it's treated as a consent, that he, in fact, has pulled it, and can the mayor pull out
Yes.
an item? Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. So that actually comes to a good question, is that are all notices of motion dealt with under consent, right? Yeah. It's okay. Okay. Could I have a motion then to deal with all of those items except then? Councillor Emmanuel, seconded by Councillor Vague. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay. So now I know that first item then is item number 8, and that's with respect to GFL, garbage system. We have recommendations. Regional Councillor, seconder? I'll second. Okay, Councillor Manuel. Regional Councillor speaking to the motion.
Thanks very much. It's more questions, and the reason I pulled it, I'm fine with the recommendations. I think that we've got a fairly comprehensive report as we required from GFL regarding the complications we had for several months with delayed and missing and late pickups on a repeated basis. This report does include liquidated damages in the amount of $21,500 that will be applied to, and has been applied to GFL per the contract for later missing service. The question I have, though, is in relation to the action plan as put forward by GFL, and I could leave them with staff unless they could be answered now. But the two things I guess I'd like asked is that under preventative maintenance, they point out that they have a 140-point check documentation at 150 hours of service and another one at 450-hour inspection. And they've added a third maintenance shift, and the third maintenance shift is a good improvement. And I will recognize there's a number in each area here of improvements that they're making and investments they're making, which make me hopeful that the issue is on its way to being solved or solved. But the one thing I would like to know is, what is their procedure, and I doubt we know here, I accept that, but I would really like to know what their procedure is in extreme cold events for, I mean, it sounds like you're digging down pretty deep, but it seems to be at the crux of the matter, to be blunt. And I've even talked to other people in similar industries, not waste management, but other related industries with lots of vehicles. What's their, like, do they go out in advance, or 3 hours in advance and start then to find out that something's not starting, or do they find out half an hour before they pull it out of the yard? If we know that, that would be helpful. If not, I'd just like to get even a clarification through email eventually on that. Mr. Callahan?
Mr. Kalamudin?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, they do go out slightly earlier, but not as expected, and we can get the specific details for you in the future.
Thanks. And I would suggest when discussing with them if slightly means 15 minutes or 30 minutes.
It's approximately half an hour.
Yeah, that's. I mean, if you encounter a problem at that point, you're behind schedule, right?
Yes.
And if you've got a minus 25 and you've got a track record of multiple trucks not starting at minus 20 or 25, well, then you're just pretty much guaranteeing a delay. So I would think, and I know people who in the private sector who have trucking businesses, et cetera, they go out in the middle of the night and do that start and check to see where they stand. So I would like that at least raised with them, if we could.
Absolutely.
Thank you. The other area I just wanted to raise was customer service. Outside of the issues that we had, I've had a few, a few that's, for me, is starting to be indicative, a few concerns over the past year or two about GFL and customer service in terms of how they manage calls in or complaints, or the level of customer service. We have an award-winning customer service center here. I really have said this, that when the next contract goes out, I think we should seriously look at keeping this in-house, where we excel at and have been awarded for our customer service, as opposed to having it outsourced to a company that's not what their core service is. They are not in the customer service business, at least in terms of a call center. So that's one comment, but my comment for now really is, they've said that they've reminded at a mandatory meeting, which excellent. There are numerous steps in here, I think, that are really to be recognized, and reminding all of their employees about the standards of courtesy and consideration, et cetera. But even here, we get reports, regular reports that help us understand how we're doing at customer service. What kind of targets we're hitting, what kind of response, are there complaints, are there issues? How do we monitor the level to which these 3 or 4 or 5 complaints I've had are indicative or not indicative? What insight do we have into their customer service experience and tracking and results and numbers, et cetera?
Mr. Calhoun?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do get daily updates on a weekly basis of the calls that come into their complaint center and how they are resolved. Now, we are working with GFL on exactly the information that we expect out of them, and they are providing that. So on a weekly basis, we get their daily logs of their complaints and how they've resolved. And we also have the numbers that come in to our call center.
Right.
And sorry, just to get back to the regional councillor's question about weather conditions. Weather conditions, extreme weather, are still not an acceptable reason for them not to go out. So again, technically, within the contract, that is still not an acceptable reason.
Right.
Just for clarification purposes.
Yeah, no, thank you. So I guess I'd say on the last area about customer service and the experience, I'm sure we're getting the numbers, like how many calls did you get, and that's helpful. It lets us know when there's issues. But in terms of the experience you have with customer service, which is where I've gotten some of the issues, I'm wondering if we can't explore a way to, using our customer service center to do an audit. Once a quarter, we'll call 10 or 20 random people and just ask them how, I just think I've had enough concerns in this area that I'm not sure that's, and I believe when we get calls at our customer service center directly, they're generally referred to the GFL customer service, so it's more of a pass-through. So I think this is an area I'd like us to try to understand more, not sort of how many calls they get, because that's more indicative of if there's been issues or problems, which is important. But what is the experience like in terms of customer service? Because they're getting large numbers of calls. These are our residents, and this is their service level they're dealing with. So if there is some way we can get even a memo back about what could be done in that area to sort of make sure we have a handle on, because I don't know, and I've had quite a number of inquiries, and I don't know. I can't say with any certainty that it's a very high level of customer service and there's a high level of satisfaction or not.
Mr. Kalamuto?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's definitely something that we can look into, whether it be an audit, a spot check, or what have you, for the service level that they provide at their customer service people at GFL. We can look into that. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Emanuel is the seconder.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. The first one, as I recall, and I know that the details of the contract are confidential, but my recollection from reviewing it is that the $21,500 seems low. So I wonder if, whether through memorandum in advance of Monday, we could get a breakdown of how that figure was arrived at. It just seems low to me. And so if that could be provided in advance of Monday. The other question I had, because my fear is that this feeds into the narrative that they presented, which was that they only have had service issues with the extreme weather, the days or the weeks, if you will, after Christmas. And my experience is I've been getting complaints from the summer where they had delays, the fall, yet we're not seeking liquidated damages for any time prior to Christmas. And I know that there were days missed in the summer and in the fall, especially around yard waste. So perhaps clarification why we have only sought liquidated damages for post-Christmas through you.
Mr. Kalamuto?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. What we do is we have approximately 15 days. I can't put my finger on it right now within the contract, but it's approximately 15 days that we have after the invoice has been submitted to the town to notify GFL that we will be taking liquidated damages from that specific invoice. And you are correct for clarification that there has been issues with yard waste in approximately April and May. There were a few issues with yard waste at that time, and they have been rectified, and in the fall, then a few weeks after, they were taken care of.
I think in July as well, I think yard waste was an extra week, an extended week. As I'm just going off recollection from my emails, I had shared those email dates at the committee hall where we dealt with this matter. The question then, was there a reason why we didn't pursue liquidated damages on those dates in the past?
Mr. Kalamuto?
Going through you, Mr. Mayor, going through with the essence of the contract is to work cooperatively with our service provider. And what we've done is we've notified them of that issue, and they've rectified some of those issues. Moving forward, any remaining ones, we will work with them to rectify in the future, if not immediately.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Twinney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for bringing this forward now. I think it's, I appreciate the action plan, and I think there's going to be some, hopefully we'll see some, we have seen some improvements. Just have some questions regarding the communications to the public. It says an expected implementation of February 21st for the link on our website. Has that been done already, or is that still to be done?
Mr. Kalamudo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the draft has been up and submitted to the N6 directors. I have given my comments. I'm not sure about the other directors, so I'm not sure if that has been up with their comments. I know that we've submitted it, so I think they may be awaiting the comments from the other municipalities around. So I don't believe that has been done as of yet.
I guess where it goes to is just my concern that we continue to make sure that we monitor this and that we're getting communication back to the ward councillors, because I know, again, last week I had a street missed, and I don't know, I know there's a note in here about, notifying a key N6 staff to let us know, but I wasn't told until 2 days later by a resident, so just want to make sure that we're still getting that communication back and forth, I guess, so that we know what's going on prior to streets being missed or things like that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Twinney, I'm not aware of any that happened last week, but however, we did have some staff off, so maybe there was a missing link in that communication from last week, but we have been notified when there is. Also, if residents or anybody that's aware of it, do call the customer services. Customer service does notify us directly, and we will be imposing liquidated damages for anything missed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mucho.
Thanks for the report. I'm glad to see that there's a level of accountability here. I think that's great news. But what I wanted to ask you is, do we, the customer service has, whenever they get incoming calls of complaints, we do track all of these calls and we have some sort of system?
That is correct.
Okay. So would it be possible for me to see what, in relation to this particular issue dating back from April of last year, how many complaints we've actually received? Is it possible to receive a report like that?
Mr. Kalamudo.
Yes, we can forward those. How long back into history?
Well, because I'm just reading your report here, and it says that you had received some complaints dating back from April 2013. That is absolutely correct. But I'm just trying to find out how many complaints you've received throughout the year pertaining to GFL in this particular
Yes, we can
issue.
provide that.
I'd like to see what, because you said that the majority of complaints were just a week before. So I would like to see that. I'm just curious to
Yes,
know
we can provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Is this captured in the customer service report? Did we not just recently have a customer service report and that's been circulated? So that would identify the number of complaints for there as well. So that's part of the ongoing reporting program as well. Okay, good. Thank you. Councillor Bay.
But just,
Oh,
sorry,
sorry,
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor, wasn't
Mucho,
done.
not
Yes,
finished? Okay.
I appreciate what you said, but I'm looking for something specific, and I think you got that. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Bay.
Just a couple of quick questions, clarification. First, one, thank you for the report. It was a bit of a long time coming, and I'm glad that very, very publicly we're addressing the failures of GFL. When we're speaking of the damages, what I'll just refer to as the fine, and we're speaking of $21,500, is that just in Newmarket, or is that cumulative for all the N6 that were affected by this?
Mr. Kalamudo.
For Newmarket, and it works out to approximately 3,000 homes for a month.
Okay. So my second question is, how does that compare to what other municipalities? I know other municipalities had to deal with this. I know the mayors had met. Certainly, people, your equivalents had met. How does this compare to the other municipalities? I'm really looking for the total fine to GFL.
For certain municipalities, on par. I believe there are some that have approached liquidated damages that are very similar to Newmarket's. Others have not incorporated liquidated damages at this time.
Okay. Would we be able to get that comparison and just find out what the total amount is? I can't imagine it's confidential.
Once that is tallied by all of the other N6, yes, we can provide.
So it'll come back to us. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion? We have the recommendations moved and seconded. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Next item is item number 12. Item number 12. Okay, this is cash in lieu of parking. We have the recommendations before us. Is there a mover and a seconder, or? Sorry. No, item 10 was, I have item 10 dealt with by consent. Yeah, it was dealt with by consent. Item number 12 then is the cash in lieu of parking. We have recommendations. Could I have a motion, please? Move the recommendations? Okay, moved by Councillor Twinney. Is there a seconder for the recommendations? Is that Councillor Manuel? Okay, Councillor Manuel. Councillor Twinney as the mover?
Yeah, I just have a question for clarification. The staff regarding the item number 3 of the recommendation says that the cash in lieu of parking be grandfathered at the current cash in lieu of parking rate for any applications that we have currently. How would this affect, say, the Slessor development or the Old Clock Tower?
Mr. Nethery.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you adopt that recommendation, then any application that was made before the June 30th, 2014 date would be subject to the old fees. So, for example, the Slessor would be subject to, or any other application that we're currently got on the books would be subject to those fees that were in place. And you'll recall that they were town-wide, they were $3,000 per space, and those that were in the downtown area are $1,500.
It's a significant difference, right, with our new rates.
Absolutely.
So, and just sort of refresh me, maybe for the rest of members of the audience, the Old Clock Tower application is not, it's not submitted, that hasn't gone forward with that, so that wouldn't be part of this.
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, that application has been submitted, so it hasn't been approved by council, but it's an application that is with us now, so it would be subject to whatever the fees were.
Even though it hasn't been approved?
That's right. Well, I mean, that's what we are recommending, Mr. Mayor. You know, it's up to council as to what they decide to do, but I think it had a lot to do with the consultation that we went through, and some expectation that people were making applications on the basis of an understanding of pro formas that they were doing at the time. But we're in your hands. We could modify that.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Manuel?
I appreciate that. It's maybe not responsible to grandfather, so I'm fine with that. But my question would be, if submissions between now and June, someone might just get something in. Is there any legal reason or that we can maybe implement this as of today? It's on a go-forward basis?
Mr. Nethery?
Mr. Mayor, through you, I don't know that there's any reason you couldn't do that, or perhaps after, say, council on Monday, whatever appropriate date. I should point out, however, though, that any application that's coming in just can't come flying in. I mean, we do have to sit down and have a pre-consult, and we also have to go through a process to ensure that those applications are complete. So there's usually a certain amount of rigor necessary to get it at least to that stage. But I don't know if that helped you any. But we could certainly pick an earlier date if that was council's wish.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, I'd prefer to maybe have a slightly have it either enacted as of the council approval. I think it's likely we're maybe not going to catch one, but in the odd chance we might, I'd rather have it dated from council approval. But it's just a minor thing. I think it's a good step forward, so thank you.
So that would be a friendly
as a
amendment?
second, I'd ask the mover if they'd consider that a friendly amendment. It'd be at the approval of council.
So that's what I was getting at. So for
Monday.
example, just so that I understand, for example, the Clock Tower application has not yet been approved, so
No.
that wouldn't be, is that what you mean?
No, because they've already submitted their plans, it
Right.
wouldn't capture. Anyone who submitted their plans already, you can't impose new
Right.
fees on them. Anything from next Monday on would be subject to these new fees submitted.
As opposed to June 30th.
That's
So
correct.
pushing that date. Yeah, I support
That's
that.
friendly?
Yep.
Okay, great, thank you. So that's a friendly amendment to that. You finished with your comments, Councillor? Okay, Regional Councillor.
Thanks very much. I think I like the the friendly amendment. I guess what I'm wondering, though, a couple of thoughts. I get why staff have said, first of all, let me clarify. I think what I heard was that your recommendation is that that basically you're grandfathered if you've already submitted an application. But that's not a requirement. That's not like the clergy principle. This is a fee. We could implement it any way we want. Correct. Okay. So, and I do get the fairness principle of doing it in that direction. There's people, these are business people, they're trying to provide housing options to their community. And, some of them are, smaller developments doing rental, and they've built a business case that they feel they can manage and maybe purchase property on that basis. So I get that. But I guess what I wonder is, could we for Monday explore, and where we make a final decision, how about the legality of imposing conditions, though? On the grandfathered ones. And two, I'm thinking of particular. First of all, I've even raised this at the region in the review that they're doing with the province about looking at having a sunset clause, for lack of a better word, on zoning and on zoning that perhaps has been achieved through various methods, negotiation, OMB, whatever, that it reverts back after a certain period of time, so somebody's not sitting on something for a decade. So I'm wondering, what's the legality of saying that you're grandfathered, but for up to 3 or 5 years, so that if you just decide to, you're not sitting on a $3,000 parking fee for 12 years when we've done another review and we're now up to. So I really like us to explore that option, not only for the grandfathered ones, but I guess it wouldn't have to work with the current ones, but for the grandfathered ones. So can we put some sort of time horizon so basically use it or lose it? Because frankly, we also would like to see some of these housing options become a reality as opposed to just an endless speculation. The second one would be, can we make it contingent? I think you may be aware at the region there's a bidding prohibition if you're in litigation with the municipality. Can we make this contingent upon not having been at or gone through OMB? So in other words, if it's in opposition to the town's will or position, so if a development is occurring because, frankly, we were beat at the OMB and this isn't what we wanted, why are we cutting somebody a substantial break? So on costs, I mean, I think it's at least worth looking at. So I don't know if there's any thoughts on that right off the top, or if that's something we could get information on for next week.
Miller?
Mr. Mayor, I certainly understand the question. I don't have the answer for you. I think we'll need to get some advice from legal on that. And we can do our best to see if we can give you that information for next Monday.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're okay with that as the direction to staff on that part of the, yep, okay, good, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, all those in favor as amended? Opposed? That is carried. That's item number 12, cash in lieu of parking. Item number 13. Oh, that's right. Okay, item number 13 is that what we adopted by consent is that list be received as opposed to endorsed as clarified. Next item then is item number 15 that I see, Mr. Clerk? Item number 14. Okay. Item number 14, that is, okay, mover Regional Councillor Taylor, seconder Councillor Twinney. Okay. Speaking as the mover, item number 14, and that is the community gardens projects, neighborhood community gardens. Regional Councillor.
Thanks very much. Yeah, the reason I wanted to chat about this one is just that I think staff's going in the right direction, and I think the recommendations capture the direction. But what I'm wondering about is that we had a deputation in front of us. We embraced the idea about trying to move forward on certainly, if nothing else, more community gardens. And staff saying perhaps it may be a little ambitious or unachievable to try to just say we're going to do one in every ward. And I don't mind taking a more phased approach to this. But I am a proponent of community gardens. And I guess what I'm wondering about, to be blunt, is the second paragraph on page 46. The staff suggests notifying the public of the opportunity to provide this input via the town page in the Urbana of the town's website, social media. Information collected as a result of the public notification will have staff determine the areas with sufficient interest, etc. And I guess I guess respectfully, what I'm suggesting is maybe that's a bit of a soft approach. I could very much see a scenario where we don't get anything back, and the report says, well, nobody said they really wanted to start a community garden, so, without the base of support, and I agree with that concept. You need a community base of support to make a community garden viable. But I think we should be a little more aggressive in how we seek, those kinds of things can be missed so easily. And I'm wondering if we couldn't do something more akin to a RFI with a larger promotion in as opposed to a few lines in the town page, but a box saying RFI, is your community interested? Are you and your friends or you and your neighbors interested in the community garden? Try to pull it out a little bit. I think it's there. I just would hate it to be missed because we went about this in a sort of a procedure that we often do. And so I'm open to feedback. Just wondering what staff think about that. And I think the recommendation still captures that idea if it's something that staff thinks possible.
Mr. Prentice? Or Mr. McDougall?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor to the Regional Councillor, yeah, that's certainly something that we could look at, is taking another look at how we would want to do the promotion. There's other avenues available to us of existing town publications, i.e. the Recreation, Culture, and Library Program Guide, things like that, where we can put a call out. There's not a time-sensitive aspect to this notification, so something that could be formed into some of the ongoing communication, so it doesn't cost the town any more money, but we can use some of our existing vehicles to gain more awareness and input.
That'd be great, yeah. And if we could sort of set a horizon at some point, because I'm sure you'd like to report back on it. But if the horizon was a little longer and there was, we could do some posters on the library boards. We could do some mail-outs to any existing community groups. Anybody's already shown interest in this area. There's a few organizations that I think are connected to this in different ways. Make sure they're aware and that they can promote. And we have our town Twitter. So I just want to make sure, and if we do a robust call-out or RFI and there's still a little interest, that's fair enough. But I just want to make sure we really reached out as much as we could. So I think if staff are, that's, I think the recommendation still captures that in its spirit or essence there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Twining?
Thank you. Just to add on to that, because I was going to pull this item to talk about the same thing, basically on how to get the message out there, because that's going to be the key. And I'm assuming, I don't know what the time frame is of where we want, how much of a period of time that we were planning on doing this for.
Mr. Prentice?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's February, so normally this type of preparation is done in May, early in May. So we would have a short window now to drum up support and then to make plans. Let's say optimistically there were a couple of locations where we had support for such a facility and we had a suitable location. It takes a month or two to plan it, and you want to be able to do the work in early May.
Okay, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we're looking at this to implement for this coming growing season. And what I'm getting at is, again, one of the tools that we can definitely use should be NEAC to get, get them involved in getting the message out, because we have, they have a database of emails of people that are very engaged in the in environmental initiatives. So that would be one tool, as well as the community gardens that we have now. They have a database of people as well. I don't know whether and then also going into, if we maybe if we only get one going this spring or whatever it may be, to continue on looking at other avenues, so using the farmers market for getting the message out there about community gardens and using NEAC there as a tool, because I think this is something that is going to be an ongoing thing. It's not just going to be this year and there's going to be one and that's it. I think it's going to be something that keeps growing, so I think using NEAC at the farmers market as well would be a great tool.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I think one thing I should clarify, Mr. Mayor, that it depending upon the interest and the location, as we said in the report, there could be locations that have budget considerations and there could be the ones that don't. And so it would depend on what we could, if we were able to do anything this year, what the location is and how many there are.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hempel.
Thank you. The mention of the 25,000 capital cost to start it up, how many plots would that allow for, Sarah? Or how big of a space, how much of a space would it require?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
The mention of the $25,000 capital cost to start it up, how big of a space is required for what you've calculated for $25,000, and how many plots would that allow for?
Mr. Prentice?
I think most of the costs, Mr. Mayor, are fixed so that the number of plots could vary I mean, providing a water supply, if necessary, is a big portion of the cost. And bringing the equipment in, once you have the equipment there, the size, depending upon where it's going, can be variable. Doesn't change the cost a great deal if it's a third bigger.
Okay.
But you're certainly not looking at, if you're creating one water source, you need, and there's one location for water, usually that has a range in terms of the plots that you can serve out of that one water source, so there is a limitation on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Veil.
Thank you. Just adding to what others have said, definitely there are opportunities to reach out. One of the first things that popped in mind, the York Region Food Network, they have a tremendous network out there, and they're the ones that I believe manage many community gardens also are quite involved in community gardens. And I should just mention to my colleagues on council, we do have a community garden in Ward 1. It's become a little bit of a tourist stop for the neighborhood, and people are out for walks, etc. They come by, look how things are growing, speak to the gardeners. Quite often they're motivated to do something either in their own backyards or to request a plot. So it's a real positive thing to have in your community. It's a very social activity too, besides a bit of farming, and it is a lot of fun to go out there and watch things grow throughout the year.
Thank you. Councillor DiMuccio.
Mayor, I have no issues with, trying to, I guess, educate the townspeople about things that we are looking at doing, such as community gardens in every ward. My issue, though, is something that you said through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Commissioner, about drumming up support. And when I read this report that was written by staff, I'm looking at it that you are almost not exactly advising that we do this, because there are budgetary costs involved. And in my mind, I mean, I have nothing against community gardens. I think it's a wonderful thing, and I think that as we grow and we have smaller homes, a lot of people don't have those opportunities. But we do have a community garden in Ward 1. It is a great one. I'm not hearing from townspeople that they are, that they want a community garden in every ward. What I am hearing is that we need space for hockey rinks, or we need space for parks or playgrounds. Those are the things that I think that we should be, I guess, trying to promote. And this is a wonderful idea and incentive, but I'm just concerned that if we go to certain areas like farmers market or places that are very pro-community gardens, we're going to get a very distorted view on what the town really wants, and I'm just concerned about that. So I have no issue with the motion, and I have no issue with, trying to get feedback from the public. That's something I've always supported, but I am concerned with the way that we're going about this, because if we're going to be pro-community garden in every ward, then I'd like to know that from council today and now before if this is just about getting feedback, then I'm totally okay with that. But I was just concerned, and I bring this up because you did say drumming up support. So drumming up support for what? I need to know specifically what that direction is. So if you could answer that.
I think that's, Mr. Prentice, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I think the intent of our report is saying we've gotten direction from council that they are interested in having more community gardens, and your NEAC has recommended that to you. And we're suggesting that we take approach that we find out first where there's enough interest to support one, and then direct our search and any efforts to provide that service to the public where it is being requested, and not do it on the basis of just providing them where we think they should be.
Well, why can't we put out a campaign about drumming up support for ice rinks in the community? We had a deputation today about that, about lack of hockey. There's a lot of things that we don't have a lot of space for, and yet we are saying our direct focus is on space for community gardens, and I quite frankly don't think, that's just my opinion, I don't think I've never heard anybody come up to me and say that they want a community garden, and I think that the lack of space we want, more people want other things, like more recreation that directly affects our lives. So I can't support it the way that is. Sorry.
Thank you. Regional Councillor?
Thanks very much. Yeah, I think I like where this is going, and I definitely would like to see at least one more community garden in town, on the other side of town, and perhaps more. We'll see where this goes. But I definitely support trying to find out if there's the community base to support another community garden. The fact of the matter is we're an intensifying community. You're going to see more condos, rental buildings, et cetera. And we've got, there's no question in York Region, and if you look, if Councillor Spong was here, he would talk about the food bank usage. This is an opportunity to provide some healthy, inexpensive food to numbers of people. The Ward 1 is extremely well used, and it was previously over by the regional center and was extremely well used there, and I attended some events at it. So I think this is an opportunity to provide a service, a healthy opportunity, a low-cost opportunity for residents, lower-income residents, people who are interested in gardening, socializing together, like we provide all kinds of cultural and recreation opportunities. And I think absolutely we should be following down other opportunities, and we do, and we have people come and depute about other issues, and we look into them. We just completed the Riverwalk Commons with an outdoor skating area. And I also add that if it's of interest to anybody, I have been pursuing for a little while now the opportunity of a not-for-profit private sector outdoor skating or hockey feature for the town. And that's another opportunity, and we've seen some great solutions that are to improvements to our community that don't involve public dollars. So there's different avenues to get there, and I think we need to look at them all. But I wouldn't want to stop on one area like a community garden because there's another area that needs to be addressed. I think there's a lot of areas as a community we need to move forward on, and I think this is one of them, and I'm excited to see this moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor Twinney?
Thank you. Just wanted to reiterate the fact that I think this is something that direction of the way the motion is, the recommendations are put, is to look for what the interest is. Again, I'll ask that we talk to, especially our chair of NEAC. I just sent him an email. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think as we get updates through NEAC, and I think there's about approximately 50 families, I believe it is, that are waiting for plots at that Ward 1. I don't know the exact numbers, but that would be somebody actually, good to talk to, because there is a large waiting list to have a plot. So I think there is going to be definitely interest out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hempel?
Thank you. I, for one, my Ward 4, I've heard many times from residents saying that their ability to afford food and get fresh produce and protein, actually, even, and people are having challenges. And I could see the benefit for my ward and other areas of the town having a community garden. I like the idea of maybe reaching out as ward councillors to the people who live in our community and our wards and asking and seeing what the level of interest is, and then perhaps locating a place. Often people who have these challenges and require help with nourishing themselves also don't have the ability to maybe drive halfway across town and go to a plot that's somewhere else in the town. So I'd be open to, for myself, reaching out to the public if there's some interest and some help through our staff.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerwin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Community gardens are certainly not new. They've been in Europe for hundreds of years. In Germany, they're called Schrebergärtens, and massive areas are used to supplement food throughout Europe, particularly along railway tracks and under hydro lines. So they're massive, actually, in Germany, the country I know the best. And they were implemented at least 200 years ago. And not only to supplement food, but also to act as a safety net. Because in Europe, many people live in condominiums or apartments, and they don't have an area where they have an opportunity to feel the earth. So we've established one in Newmarket, and a very, very successful one. And I was up there this summer working with the Stewardship Youth Rangers, cleaning it up and fertilizing it. But there's a lot of land up there still. I would say there's almost a full acre of land that can accommodate anyone who needs a community garden within town. So if there's a waiting list, there shouldn't be one. I volunteered to plow the land, to cultivate the land, to disc the land. Having been raised on a farm, I could do it, and there's at least an acre there, and it's good land. All you need to do is to fertilize it. So we have lots of land in Newmarket for community gardens, and that land exists exactly where we are. The big advantage there is that there is water there. There are water lines all over. So the people who have a garden there can water their crops in the summer when it's extremely dry, and that's what they would need. Also, there are places there to store manure and store soil, and you need that kind of area. And there's an area to park. People do come from all over, so there's lots of parking there where you can walk up and take all your equipment and so forth. There are sheds there where you can store your tools and so forth. So let it be known, we have a fantastic community garden. You can see the sign as you drive along Mulock. The sign is there. I am posted there with a beautiful picture with all the Stewardship Youth Rangers. So you have to really think about what you're doing. And as I say, there's at least an acre of land there that can be used for community gardens. So no one should be on a waiting list. This spring, if you need me, I'm willing to do that. And you could open up another 200 plots. 200 plots that we still have up there with the land there. So I hope that answers your question. Now, I am not opposed to reaching out to people, but Ward 1 is close to Ward 2, and people from my ward go up there, and they love it. Great place to gather for community events and socializing. So you've got to really be careful. We probably need a community garden on the west side of town, because now we have one on the east. But I myself would not like to proliferate community gardens all over the place. They are expensive. If everyone went for one, 7 wards, that's $200,000 or more, plus the maintenance. Where we are now, it costs us almost next to nothing. So I think we have to be very careful with the allocation of funds, because we have other things that we need. But there is no shortage of community gardens in Newmarket. All you have to do is plow up the land, then disc it, then cultivate it, then harrow it, then fertilize it, divide it up. You've got 200 plots. I walked it out. Thank you very much.
Councillor Sponga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. First of all, Mr. Mayor, I want to apologize for my late arrival, but I had a family situation. I had to pick up my son not feeling well from his elementary school. Took me some time to organize some childcare, but I'm here. And I got here at the right time, sounds like it. It's an interesting topic, and and I'm quite involved in this, in the topic of food and food in the community. There's some great opportunities there's great opportunities within this item. I think this item came from a presentation we had from the Food Network that had asked us to explore these opportunities. I think, and I came in at the tail end of a conversation about building partnerships. I thought I heard with private sector and so forth, and I think there's a great opportunity here. For once, I had made a commitment to Joan Stonacher, I believe it is, from the Food Network to investigate this within the ward. And my understanding is there are opportunities with the Board of Education even to explore some of the cost sharing. I'll give you an example. I know that Mr. Agnoletto has been involved in meeting with some of the faculty and staff at Stuart Scott Public School, and they'd be interested in developing a partnership program with the town of Newmarket in exploring community gardens. Community gardens don't necessarily just produce food. That's a very small portion of what they do. What I think the biggest role of a community garden is actually get people with their hands in the dirt, and the intergenerational aspect and opportunities of that I think is very important. So as we explore this, let's not just look for plots of land that we can plant vegetables, but let's look at strategically, and I look at through you, Mr. Mayor, to our Commissioner of Community Services, opportunities of creating programs that actually maximize the opportunities that can come out of a community garden. A small plot can only produce so much vegetables, so many carrots, but it can produce so much within a family, within a group of seniors and children that work together in a community. So I would urge our staff that to pursue the opportunity, pursue partnerships, and see if we can explore how can we best maximize the use of those gardens. Thank you.
Thank you. Regional Councillor?
Thanks very much.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks very much. Yeah, the only comment I'd make is that I assume that once we get some public feedback, we're going to discuss options for where it can be located. There's no decision, and I think we just recently expanded the Mulock site. Did we not?
We did.
Yes. So maybe can I just get a little bit of information from Mr. Prentice on that?
Mr. Prentice?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just Blake here. Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was 2 years ago, actually, that the Food Network and I believe the Environmental Advisory Committee came in and asked that we expand the existing community gardens at the Stickwood Walker Farm, and that work was done that summer. And so I believe it's been operating in its expanded location for 2 years, and we have not, to my knowledge, unless the Commissioner from Community Services, I don't believe we've received any other requests for expansion beyond that. They would come through the Food Network as they administer that site.
Mr. McDougall?
Mr. Mayor, just further to that, I'm as well not aware of any requests that have been received at the present time for additional. And then the other consideration with the expansion and further expansion, that we'd have to look at the water hookup that's presently there, whether it would need an additional expansion to that, which would incur some potential costs potentially as well.
Thank you.
So, yeah, and I guess just the reason I said that is I think we need to do an analysis of it. I think when the Food Network is here, they talked about wanting to look at other locations in town. I really appreciate what Councillor Kerwin's raising, which is trying to find the least expensive ways to do things, but I do think part of the analysis has to consider, and I know there's some parameters around what we can do there, but at the end of the day, an acre of land on Mulock Drive has a considerable inherent value of itself, and if there can be community gardens on school grounds and partnerships or under hydro lines that are that don't have a land cost, even though we own the land already, it's still a land cost, that we need to consider that and when we're weighing our options. So I think we need to explore Councillor Kerwin's suggestion, and always looking to try to find the least expensive way to pursue something, but just try to understand all the options and all the implications of decisions in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerwin?
Just, I made the same offer about a year ago or 2 years ago, and I believe we accommodated everyone at that particular time who needed a community garden. And my offer still stands. I'll go up there again this summer with the Stewardship Youth Rangers, and if I can find a farmer with a plow, I'll plow up the rest of the land, and I'll disc it and cultivate it and harrow it, and you have it. And as I say, there'll be enough land up there for another 200 gardens. Lots of room and lots of interest, and the people are fantastic. They really are. And as Joe has said, it's a place to socialize, and that's what they do. And they compare their products, and they're proud of who grew the biggest pumpkin or the biggest squash or had the best tomatoes or whatever. It's just a great place to be. And Joan Stonehawker certainly is involved in that. And the more people who grow their own food, the better we're all off. You don't have to ship it in.
Thank you. So as I read the recommendations, we'll be seeking public input and a lot of good suggestions around the table in terms of how we might deal with that. But as there are no further speakers, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the recommendations? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Next item is item number 15. Item number 15 is a legislative services report, 2014-4, Fence and Sign Variance Committee on 270 Doak Lane. We have the recommendations that the decision of the Fence and Sign Variance Committee to approve the application for variance be upheld. Those are the recommendations. Moved by Councillor Kerwin. Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Sponga. Councillor Kerwin to speak to the motion.
It's the Fence and Sign Variance Committee is an at-arm's length committee of council, and I would be loath to interfere with committees such as this or the Committee of Adjustment. We have appointed these people to these committees to make decisions so that they are not political, that they are common sense and serve the residents, and they've served the residents well. So I'm prepared to accept the recommendation that's before me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sponga is the seconder.
I agree with comments of Councillor Kerwin, but through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe I can get some clarification from staff as to why it's here.
The reason why this is here.
On the issue.
Madam Clerk? As to the process. Okay, Leslie, go ahead. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's an appeal process that's in place through the Variance Committee, and it went through the committee. It was approved by the committee, but there is also Form 7 that anybody can ask council to review the decision from the committee, the Variance Committee.
So,
And we received a request through one of the residents to bring it forth to council for council to look at the decision.
is the resident here?
No, no, they're not. But we have correspondence in place.
We do have correspondence, that's right. Okay, so my apologies to the Commissioner about process. Any other comments, Regional Council?
Thanks very much. It indicates that the bylaw allows one sign. I know it was in another report, maybe it's in here, I can't remember. What's the size of the sign allowed under the bylaw?
The sign bylaw allows for a 25 square foot identification sign.
So this is allowing for a second sign. There's only one allowed, and for a sign twice the size of the one that's allowed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. I understand Councillor Kerwin's comments. I think we do have to take a great deal of consideration from our committees and from staff reports, but there's no question on occasion the council does not always agree with staff reports and frankly hasn't always lined up with the Committee of Adjustment either. And so I do take a little bit of a different take on it. I guess, you know what, I just look at this and I know that the committees and the staff report are saying they're fine with it, but at the end of the day, we're individuals who have to vote with how we feel about things, and I'm not comfortable with this. I just think that we're seeing a lot of development in our community, a lot of intensification, a lot of infill, and we've got some policies that try to protect, and we use the phrase over and over in our official plan to protect, preserve and protect established residential neighborhoods. And, you know, we don't always, and sometimes we have to try to work with the development community and find ways to do things. And, you know, we made exceptions on the bylaw for noise to allow for different types of pouring of concrete throughout the night here. We've, you know, we made exceptions in other types of ways related to this. I just think at some point, I just don't see the great benefit to anyone of having a 57 square foot illuminated sign at the top of the building. The fact of the matter is, if this was on Leslie or on Davis Drive, I'd say, great, you know what, it's appropriate for the setting. It's still a residential street, and I don't think we need to change our rules to allow for a second large illuminated sign on the top of a, what's it, six-story building? I can't recall. Something to that effect, 6 or 7?
I believe it's, yeah, 5 or 6.
5 or 6, sorry.
5?
5? Okay, so yeah, 5 or 6. But I you know what, and no hard feelings for somebody asking, but I just don't see it as a major enhancement of the building. I don't think it's going to, you know, help people find their way home. I think there's a sign out front, like many of our buildings in town, that have some attractive, appropriate wooden, you know, or otherwise signs, non-illuminated, or signs that let you know where the building is. It's particularly where we are impacting residential neighborhoods. I think we should be erring on the side of caution. I've never been in a community where somebody said, boy, I love all those signs. But I've been in many communities, in particular in the United States, where people drove through and said, wow, that's just way too many signs. It's unnecessary, and it doesn't add to anything. I know this isn't a huge issue in the scope of what council deals with, but I don't think it's necessary. And regardless of the positions put in front of us, I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. I see a picture there. I'd like to have a better understanding of scope and scale. if I could, with council's indulgence, it doesn't seem to display itself very well on page 53.
The building's 5 stories, mechanical penthouses on the top. Show this way. The mechanical penthouse is the 6th story. So what we're asking for, the equivalent with other retirement residential uses in the community. The majority of them have both road signs or ground signs, and all of them, in terms of the work we've done with staff, also have building signs or fascia signs. So what we're asking for is this fascia sign that helps create some equivalency with the other retirement uses in the community. And we also have made some concessions with regard to the size and number. But this gives you an idea. This size representation is actually showing it a little bit bigger than what it actually is. It's 4 feet by 13 feet approximately. So it's not 57 square feet, it's closer to 53.
Thank you.
All the residents along Gorham or Campus are aware of what we asked for. And we didn't have any problems or any comments of complaint with regard to it. So I'm going to hold it up more.
No, it doesn't display itself well in the picture, and that gives me a little better perspective.
It gives you a good illustration of its sizing against the elevation of the building. It's an older elevation.
Are there any other questions from members of council that we could? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Kerwin, then?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
To my colleagues, all of you, we should be extremely proud to have this building in Newmarket, a retirement home, and proud to have it demarcated as Renessa. I know a lot of the residents who will be there. This building will generate millions of dollars to the town of Newmarket. It's been forthcoming now for decades and decades, and I'm glad to see it's almost come to fruition. With regard to the exemption from the noise bylaw that Regional Councillor Taylor mentioned, I was on site all through that. There wasn't one complaint raised about the noise bylaw. Only one night they left the lights on, and I got the phone call from the resident concerned. I was able to contact Mr. Bobick in North Carolina at 2 a.m. in the morning. No, I contacted him at 12 midnight, and he got the supervisor up there, and I was on site at that time, and we had the lights out by 2 a.m. in the morning. So the entire construction that's gone on now for over 2 years, and we had to put in an extra foundation. Only one complaint, and it was rectified immediately. So I still stand by my position. This is an absolutely magnificent building, no different than Roxborough, no different than Amica, or the Barton residence, or Alexander Muir. I have all 5 retirement homes in Ward 2. I haven't had one complaint from any of the neighbors that were approached with the way this building is demarcated. These are things that people need, and I'm proud to have been part of this project from day one, which began about 40 years ago on a decrepit piece of property that was used for a dump, for concrete, asphalt, and everything else. When this comes into fruition, it will be another remarkable building like Roxborough.
Thank you. Regional Councillor.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I certainly think this is a positive addition to the community, and I didn't mean to indicate that there was any issues with the concrete. So I think for me, it's not about that. It's just about, is this necessary? And it's about signs, and it's about impact in residential communities. And I think that the one thing I would like to just get clarification from is the other retirement residents. So they all have large fascia lit signs on them.
Leslie?
Barton or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, some of the other retirement places in Newmarket, 197 Prospect Street, the Alexander Muir.
Yeah.
It has 2 ground signs and a fascia sign.
Yeah.
Your Barton Retirement on Leicester Street has 2 ground signs and a fascia sign. And then you got the Roxborough Road one has a ground sign and 2 fascia signs.
Okay.
Some of them are allowed under different zoning.
That's what I was wondering.
But the Prospect is institutional, so is Leslie Street, institutional zoned. Roxborough is the one that's not institutional zoned.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I think, again, I just want to reiterate for myself, I would have to say that I think, had I been aware of it at the time, and maybe it went by me, or maybe I wasn't a council, but the Roxborough, the one on Prospect, I think, is similar. It's a residential setting, and I think it probably would have been better with just a grounded sign on the ground. I think, again, are we comparing to just to retirement residents, or are we going to look at other businesses and other types and allow extra signs beyond what our bylaw allows? I guess for me, again, this is more residential, and I think I just don't think it's justifiable enough to have that sort of large 50 square foot light in a residential area. The upside, I'm just not getting the argument strongly enough in favor of it. But I will say this, I would, and I mean this genuinely, I would urge council, if we do support this, to revisit our bylaw, because I think if we're going to have and it's been implied that there's others have it and others should have it. I mean, then let's make it permissible, and otherwise we're setting an expectation for the community that we're going to overturn often. And why do that? I mean, let's let people know what they're in for then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mucho.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question through you to Leslie. One of the questions I did have was answered already about other retirement homes illuminated. But what did, first of all, what did the residents say that the resident who submitted a review for a request? It was just about the illumination? Was that the issue?
Yeah, the form that was filled out was the reasoning for the request to review as follows: to identify the building's use within an institutional zone as a retirement residence adhering to clearly stated and well-established Town of Newmarket Bylaw 2009-79, Section 21.1.
Was her issue mostly with the illumination of the sign?
It doesn't say in the Form 7. I believe the illumination is a concern of the resident.
Okay. Could you just remind me what we did with the issue of Good Life Fitness? They had requested.
We did approve Good Life Fitness.
We did approve
yes.
that? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hempin?
Thank you. I'd have to agree that, illuminating a sign facing on residential area may be of concern for some people, and in respect for our bylaw and those people, I will be following the recommendation. And when we talk about the Good Life Fitness area in Yonge and Davis, it really doesn't affect any residential area.
Mm-hmm. Just so I'm clear, is that the recommendations are that we uphold the decision to approve the application. Okay, so
sorry, thank you.
So voting in favor of this would uphold the decision. That's the motion that's on the floor.
Wasn't looking at the recommendation when I spoke.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. Just wanted to be clear. Councillor Vague?
Thank you. Just very briefly, a short while ago, we did a comprehensive review of our sign bylaws. And I think that was the opportunity to, if we weren't satisfied with them, I think that was the opportunity for this council to say, no, I'm not satisfied. I'd like large, approve larger, et cetera, but I don't believe that happened. I think this retirement residence will do just fine if their sign conformed to our bylaw. I don't think it'll have any impact, quite frankly, on the success of their operation. I'm inclined to, quite frankly, enforce our bylaws in this case, because I just don't see a very good reason not to, particularly because it's in a residential area, and also because we did recently review our sign bylaws, and we thought this was a good policy to go with. Any developer, anybody has a right to request an exemption, and that's absolutely fine. I just don't see any great reason to provide this exemption. Nothing was given here for that. So I will be, just to be clear, I'll be voting against this because I don't wish to uphold the opinion, if you will, of our fence and sign committee. I'm glad they're involved with that, and they're giving their time for that and to review these matters, so they usually don't have to come to council. But everyone. But we can have disagreements, same as we have disagreements with recommendations from staff. We may have occasion have disagreements from recommendations from committees, even if they are citizen committees. But in this case, we reviewed our bylaws. I don't believe not allowing this exemption would have any impact on the successful operation of this, quite frankly, is, as Councillor Kerwin said, a wonderful addition to our community.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga.
Thank you. I supported the request not to allow initially the exemption to the noise bylaw, and that came from the same residents, the writer of the letter. But there wasn't a process in place per se to be able to measure what the decibel levels would be, what the impact would be to the resident at that point. However, here we have a process, and it's called committee. It's a variance process, applying for a variance and going through that process. Now, my understanding is committee listens to the arguments on both sides. So when this application for the variance came into the town, did we notify the neighborhood? And if we did notify the neighborhood, to what extent? And how many residents of that area objected, and how many residents did not object? Is that part? So I guess that's the process that happens, right? At a committee.
Ms. Long?
At committee.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. The first time the variance came forth to the committee, it was abutting properties that were notified. And then at that point, we had one opposed to it. And then the committee asked for it to come back because they wanted the residents across the street to be notified of the illumination of the sign, which we sent out to 8 houses across the street from the Vanessa Homes, and not one opposed to it. And the committee also put in place that if it was illuminated, that it would be on a timer and turned off at 10:30 at night. That was the recommendation from the committee.
And that would be upheld by upholding the decision of the committee.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Regional Councillor.
Just one quick clarification. When you say that none of the 8 were opposed, is that the same as saying you didn't get a response, or that
We
they
didn't
all
get.
said they
We
were fine
asked
with
for
it?
them to write back to us
Okay.
if they were opposed to it, and nobody did.
Right, okay, but just,
Did not respond.
it's not always the same. I suspect I could call someone right now and say, are you aware of this? And I'm just raising the point that it's not always means that they're aware and that they're saying, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Thank you. No further discussion then. All those in favor of the recommendation? Opposed? That carries, I think, 5-4, doesn't it? Yes. Okay, thank you. That's carried. Item number 16, I see that we're at about 3 o'clock. I wonder if we should take a break until about 3:15. We haven't, how many items do we have left to deal with? About 3? Okay, and we do have Hydro here for our in-camera session, so I'm just wondering if we could take a recess until 3:15, and then when we come back, we'll go into, is there anybody waiting for any of these items in the audience? Item number, item 16, 18, 20, and they are?
Item 16 is your secondary plan,
Secondary plan,
and there's the ice resurfacing machine.
okay, at the
and then
sole
Councilor
sourcing,
Demuccio's motion.
and the motion, okay. Is there, I don't think there's anyone in the audience that's waiting for any of those items? Okay, so we'll take a recess then until 3:15. All right, I'd like to reconvene this Committee of the Whole meeting. I see that we have representatives from Hydro here now as well, and what I would ask is that we receive a motion to go in camera for a closed session for the reasons outlined on our agenda, and that is firstly to receive a presentation from Mr. Ferguson regarding a proposed or a pending acquisition or disposition of land or municipal local board. The second item is with respect to Mariannaville Developments, and that is a matter of litigation before the Ontario Municipal Board. And the third item, as I'd requested earlier, is a legal opinion with respect to item number 24, and that's a matter that's coming before us this evening. There is a fourth item that relates to labor relations, which we will deal with separately after we deal with the other public matters. So if I could have a motion then, please, to go into a private session. Councillor Demucho, Councillor Emanuel, all those in favor? And that is carried. So I'll ask members of the audience to leave. Council has received a request to confer separately prior to the presentation from Newmarket Hydro. So I'll ask Ian and Paul to leave as well, and then we'll invite you back in when we're ready to receive the presentation, okay? This one. Good evening. If I could have your attention, please. This is a continuation of the Committee of the Whole meeting that we had this afternoon. We have two items coming forward this evening as part of a statutory public meeting. But prior to proceeding with the statutory public meeting, for the record, I would just like to indicate items that were dealt with following an in-camera session that we had earlier today and prior to this meeting for those people who are following this on the live streaming. So the following items on today's agenda were deferred from the March 17th regular Committee of the Whole meeting. Item number 16 was a secondary plan report, and item number 18 was the purchase of ice resurfacing machines, and items number 20 and 27 was a motion regarding the Newmarket Soccer Club. Those items were referred to the March 17th Committee of the Whole meeting. And on March the 3rd at 12 p.m., there will be a special Committee of the Whole meeting that will be scheduled to discuss a confidential employee negotiations matter. A notice of motion that was received with regard to the Earth Hour was raised and will be dealt with at Council on March the 3rd. And under new business, staff was able to examine, asked to examine alternatives to snow dumping on the Ray 20 complex. And so that's what had occurred prior to us reconvening this evening. So I welcome you to this Committee of the Whole meeting. The Planning Act requires the town to hold at least one public meeting on any proposed official plan, zoning bylaw amendment, and plan of subdivision or plan of condominium application. The purpose of the public meeting tonight is to hear from anyone who has an interest in the following applications. So there's two. One is the application of draft plan of subdivision, draft plan of condominium, an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for the lands that are located at the terminus of Silken Lawman Drive. And the second one is proposed amendments to the zoning bylaws 1979-50, 1981-96, and 2010-40 to propose revisions to bylaws to recognize deficiencies that result out of a public expropriation. Now, the Committee of the Whole will not be making a decision regarding the proposed applications tonight, but will refer all written and verbal comments to the planning staff to consider a report that will be brought forth at a future meeting of the Committee of the Whole of Council. Please note that in accordance with the Planning Act, if a person or a public body does not make oral submissions to a public meeting or make written submissions to the town of Newmarket with respect to a proposed official plan, a zoning bylaw amendment, or a plan of subdivision or a plan of condominium application, the person or the public body may not be entitled to an appeal to the decision of council at the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the board, there's reasonable grounds to do so. So it's very important that the town receive the correct names and addresses of individuals having an interest in these planning applications. And therefore, if you want to be notified of any further committee or council meetings concerning the applications that are being considered, please make sure that you fill out the interested parties form that's available at the reception area. Residents are encouraged to keep their remarks to less than 5 minutes, and representatives of groups or organizations may speak up to 10 minutes if they're representing a full group. When coming forward to speak, please state your name and your address for the clerk's record. And while everyone is entitled to address a council, it is not necessary to repeat comments that have already been stated. Additionally, if you're not comfortable in providing comments, you can provide written comments to the clerk's staff. And if you've already written to the town, your comments have been received and you're on record, and your comments will be considered in the final report. Please be respectful of everyone in the room. Please turn off mobile devices or put them on a silent mode and remain quiet while others are speaking. The format of the evening is that the applicant will make a presentation on the application before council. Council members will have an opportunity to ask questions of clarification of the applicant. Members of the public who have formally made a deputation request will be heard, and following these presentations, members of the public will be invited to offer their comments or questions respecting the proposal. The applicant or staff will be invited to respond to public comments or questions in addition to any questions or clarification that's requested by council. And the next steps will be that council will not deal with the proposal tonight, but will refer the matter back to staff for a report, and anyone who has requested further notification in writing to the clerk will be notified when this matter comes forward. And following that, the meeting will be adjourned. I want to thank you for your participation and the interest in the meeting, and I would ask that you treat others the way that you would like to be treated when you're making a presentation. Now, we have two items, as I said, on the agenda tonight. How many people are here to deal with or to speak to the Silken Lawman Drive proposal? Okay. And how many are here to deal with the zoning bylaw amendment that recognizes deficiencies as a result of expropriation? Okay. Sounds to me like we could deal with the first one fairly quickly. And so with your concurrence, what we'll do is we'll deal with that proposal first, and then we'll go forward with the Silken Lawman proposal. Okay. Mr. Nether, I believe there's a brief presentation to deal with the second item. If you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Linda Travis, a senior planner with the Planning and Building Services Department, will give us a brief PowerPoint on this one and be available to take any questions you have.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, staff, members of the public. The matter we have before us tonight is a technical amendment to our 3 zoning bylaws that we currently have in effect within the town of Newmarket. Back in the fall of 2013, council considered a staff report that dealt with land expropriations. Primarily, these expropriations were within the Davis Drive and Yonge Street corridor. The lands had been acquired through expropriation, and as a result of the lands being acquired through expropriation to make way for the dedicated bus lanes, it left a number of properties within those corridors deficient in terms of the number of parking spaces, driveway with landscape buffers, and we found that these properties no longer conform to the requirements of the zoning bylaw. This could be an issue for property owners if they go to sell their properties because it would be a nonconformity, and the only way to recognize this, save and accept a technical amendment, would be for each and every property owner that was affected to file a committee of adjustment application in the form of a minor variance. Oops. So the 3 bylaws that we have to be amended are bylaw 1979-50, which is our parent zoning bylaw that's been in effect since 1979. There's a site-specific bylaw for the Glenway subdivision that is still on the books, and our new comprehensive zoning bylaw, which is 2010-40. Now, the number of properties that are affected by the first 2 bylaws are, I think there's 6 or 7 in number. They were properties that had development applications before us at the time that 2010 was being considered, so it was appropriate to leave those properties under those 2 bylaws. Each of the 3 bylaws do contain provisions that deal with properties that have been expropriated. However, the language is not consistent within each of the 3 bylaws. If I get the right mouse, there we go. So what we're proposing is to come up with some standardized clauses for each of the 3 bylaws dealing with public land acquisition so that all properties are treated in a consistent manner. As part of our research, we looked at what other municipalities within the GTA were doing, and our proposed amendment is in keeping with what others have done. So the standards that will be recognized in the amending bylaw will recognize minimum lot frontage, minimum lot depth and lot area, minimum floor space index, maximum lot coverage, the required number of parking spaces, the size of parking spaces, the location of those parking spaces, minimum width of landscape buffers, driveway widths, reduced building setbacks. A number of buildings, because the land has been expropriated, are now closer to the street than what the bylaw permits, and the same with the parking spaces and driveways. So our proposed amendment seeks to identify all of those items, and if council approves it, the bylaw will be brought forward in the future for consideration. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Clarification? There being none. Are there any questions from the audience? There being none. Motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Cohen, Councillor Emmanuel. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Pretty much a housekeeping issue that we're resolving there. So thank you for your patience. What we'll do then is we'll go forward with the proposal. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to speak to that? Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I didn't see you raise your hand. But no, please. Okay, please have a chair then. Identify yourself for the clerk's office.
Robert Miller.
And if you could sit down, because that's the
one-
way the mic would pick you up.
I've signed, it's Robert Miller. I'm at the firm Reuter Scargill Bennett. I'm here for York Region Rapid Transit. I have signed the sheet outside, but I do have a card for the clerk just to make sure that you get my proper contact information, so I'll give that to you afterwards. I just want to be on the record to protect our Planning Act rights, but we're very happy with the recommendations of the report. We have been having discussions with staff that have been very helpful and very cooperative, and we're satisfied with the list of development standards that are being addressed, and we support the recommendations in the report.
Okay, thank you. Motion to receive. Any questions? Councillor Emmanuel to receive, seconded by Councillor Twinney. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Now we'll go forward with the next proposal. Now I'll ask the proponent to come forward to give us an outline of the proposal. So is there a representative here for 292145 Ontario Limited? And we permit the presentation to be up to 10 minutes, and then we'll have questions of clarification from members of council. If you could identify yourself, please, sir.
So to go to the next slide, simply push the space button.
Okay, that takes it forward. But if I have to go back, okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and ladies and gentlemen in the audience. My name is Gary Templeton. I'm a planning consultant, and I'm representing these applications for official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, draft plan of subdivision, and draft plan of condominium. This parcel of land, as shown on the display, is the irregular shaped parcel of land between the hydro corridor to the east and the railway line, the GO Transit line to the west.
If you use the mouse, you could use that as a pointer, so you could.
Oh, good. Okay. There we are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. That's helpful.
This is the parcel. It's about 1.5 hectares in size, or about 3.7 acres. And as you can see, this is the hydro corridor. It's about 50 to 55 meters wide. And the parcel of land, the subject property, has no frontage on a public road at the present time. The opportunity for frontage on a public road would come via an extension of Silk and Lauman Boulevard across the hydro corridor, or in this case, we're actually proposing a temporary turning circle or a permanent turning circle within the hydro corridor that would be built to town standard. Right now, as you may know, Cider Court runs off Silkenlaumen, and Silkenlaumen terminates in, I think, what may be characterized as a substandard turning circle at the present time, which leads me to believe that there was contemplation at some point that Silkenlaumen would be extended to accommodate further development, and that's what I'm here on this evening. The proposal is to construct part of the public road allowance within the hydro corridor as a turning circle to standard, and to that connect a private road, and that's shown on this next graphic. This would be the private road connecting into a constructed to town standard turning circle, and that private road would be about 7.7 meters in width and would service proposed new townhouse development, and that's shown in brown tone here. That development would constitute, I think it's 5 blocks of 5 to 6 units of townhousing, a total of 28 townhouse units, minimum frontage per townhouse lot of 6 meters, with 7.5 meter wide lots on the ends of blocks, and the lots would be about 34 meters deep. The property actually is a little deeper than that. This is the property line at the present time, but there's a 10-meter easement in place for the servicing of the hydro easement, and so what we're proposing is, since hydro wants that easement to be kept open and free of any construction, that we would offer it to the municipality as an open space component, or to hydro if they were interested in receiving ownership of it, so that it could become part of the open space and hydro corridor. Another component of the development is what's shown in blue here, and that is a stormwater management pond, or intended to be a stormwater management pond. And it would have an area of about 1 acre. It would receive drainage from the development. It would provide what's called quantity and quality control and release water to a receiving swale to the north on a controlled basis. That swale exists at the present time in the form of an easement shown across the hydro corridor. There is another stormwater management pond that serves development at the end of, the pond's located at the end of Sidor. It serves development existing in this area now. I don't know to what extent the area is that it serves, but suffice it to say there's a pond here, a swale that receives its released drainage, and that swale continues in a westerly direction, and we are proposing to release into that swale as well. One thing I should point out is that the development area, which consists of the colored tones, brown, blue, and the bulb here, the private road that goes back like that, that's the full extent of the developer's land at this point, approximately 1.5 hectares. That ownership used to be more extensive, but as I'm sure some of you are aware, there was a matter between this developer and the town, and during the course of that, there was agreement on conveyance of land, and I believe it was in the fall of last year, there was a conveyance of other lands held by this developer, including lands down here, as well as up here, I think as far as the Ripley plant. So those lands are now in town ownership, and that very irregular area that came out of it is what we're proposing to develop. We have, in the course of looking at this property, considered all of the aspects required to satisfy the town's official plan policies with regard to things like environmental, And we have had a specific study done by Beacon Environmental, and Mr. Ron Heiser is with me this evening. He's the environmentalist from Beacon Environmental who worked specifically on that aspect. He's here this evening because we understand there are concerns with environmental matters, and I would like to call on him to respond to questions of that nature. We have also undertaken servicing studies, stormwater management, archaeological studies, transportation studies, noise and vibration studies. There is a railway on the west side of the development, and that railway is a noise source. The noise study that we've done has indicated that this form of development, because it is blocks of townhouses, will provide protection to rear yard amenity areas, and so that works well together with other noise mitigating measures that would be taken. The method of servicing this development is proposed to connect into pipe services, water and sanitary sewer at the end of Cider Crescent, or Cider Court rather. This double line is a 9-meter wide proposed easement whereby pipe services would be tapped into at the end of Cider Court, would be brought into this development on the private road, and the individual townhouse lots would have laterals and water connections into the private road. That system would link via that easement. Water would be looped back into the proposed bulb on Silk and Lauman. We have paid particular attention to the environmental matters. I would point out one thing that I think is quite important in the context of the environmental matters. Wesley Creek is down in this area, and there is a line, and yeah, it's this line here that I'm pointing to. This line is the agreed to flood limit, agreed to by the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. And that line has been plotted to demonstrate that we are well outside of the flood limit. We, in fact, are approximately 70 meters away from the thread of the stream itself. One other thing I would like to point out, and I don't want to take up too much time beyond that, is just that this development, once this 10-meter strip is put in place, would be approximately 210 meters distant from the nearest rear yard in the existing development on Cider and on Silk and Lauman. Mr. Mayor, I don't want to take any more time than that. I'm sure I know there's lots of questions, and so we'll be pleased, either myself or Mr. Heiser, to try to respond as best we can.
I have you at 10 minutes. Thank you. Questions of clarification, Councillor Emanuel?
Thanks. Just two. Thank you, Gary. The first concern I have are that you referenced the stormwater management pond in Block 6, I think it is. And in that our staff report said it's proposed this facility will ultimately be owned by the condo corporation. My only concern with that is that something the property owners are adamant about? My concern is you get condo corporations that are maybe not skilled in managing stormwater management facilities. So, and then also, Mr. Mayor, perhaps staff could comment because I know, I believe it was in the Glenway development proposal that staff had a desire to maintain those ponds because of similar concerns. So perhaps your comments on that and staff's
Mr.
comments.
Nether?
Sorry.
Why don't you let Gary answer the first half and then I'll...
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Emanuel. I think, if I recall correctly, we had actually suggested that the pond be conveyed to the town. And as far as we're concerned, whatever the town, whatever disposition of that matter the town prefers is fine with us. If the town prefers to own the pond outright and have it engineered and built to your standards that way and then own it, that's fine by us. On the other hand, if the town prefers the condo corporation to take ownership and maintenance responsibility for it, that's also fine with us.
Thank you.
Mr. Nether.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the applicant has addressed it reasonably well in as much as Our preliminary comments that we'd received from engineering are, as Councillor Emmanuel has indicated, but I think we've still got room to have that conversation in further detail with engineering. There's still ongoing review of the plans, and I think that opportunity still exists. And he's quite right. There was some issues in terms of the viability of a privately owned swim pond in terms of its ongoing and long-term maintenance.
Thank you. The next question. Are we aware if Magna International has taken a position? I know that on a development not far from here, they opposed a rezoning to residential because of rights that allowed for stamping. And I'm not sure what, as of right, they're permitted to do at Interior. I know there's a lease signed, but my only concern would be, A, have they been circulated, and have they provided formal comments?
Mr. Nethery?
Mr. Mayor, through you, yes, they were circulated. We didn't hear any comments one way or the other from them, so I'm not sure where you can take in that. If it's, perhaps it means that they have no objection. I know that there was, when the Cider neighborhood was constructed, there was need for significant upgrades and improvements to some of the air handling equipment at the Renfly plant. I think the nature of that was probably enough to sort of satisfy a lot of the sort of noise and other kinds of environmental concerns that would have arisen from any adjacent development taking place. But we haven't heard anything from them on this go-around.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vague.
Thank you very much. And actually, first, Gary, thank you very much for coming by and starting to present this to council and to the public. Councillor Emmanuel was absolutely correct. Over the years, we've had a number of complaints from, particularly around fumes, more than stamping. Stamping would have been on the other side of Bayview, but on the smell of fumes when they were reventing that facility there, just adjacent to the park, and the town would have a history of those complaints. First, this land, as everyone here knows, it has quite a history, and right now it's zoned a natural heritage and a protected open space. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask Mr. Dave Ruggles, one of our planners, one of our senior planners, and many members of the community have met him, to perhaps just speak on the history of that land, how it went from a residential to having environmental zoning, and where it's at now, and how that process came into being.
I'm just wondering if we could have that after we have questions of clarification. We can have the deputy step down, and then we can have that overview. We can come back to you on that.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
That's fine with me.
Regional Councillor, questions of clarification?
Yeah, I guess, but I kind of wanted staff to clarify something so that I could ask them.
Well, if that
and it's
helps
very much
with
what Tom was
clarification,
asking. So
let's go back to that, and we'll get Dave to do it then. Okay, if that's better.
Yeah, it's kind of a.
Okay, all right, Mr. Ruggles, then let's do that, and then we'll come back to Tom.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vey. In the Town of Newmarket's 1996 official plan, excuse me, this property was designated medium-density residential. In the early 2000s, the town embarked on a process to establish a new consolidated, or excuse me, comprehensive official plan. As a basis for the new official plan, which was adopted by Town Council in 2006 and approved by York Region in 2008. A basis for the environmental portion of that official plan is based on a natural heritage study that was done by the Conservation Authority along with the Town of Newmarket and the Region of York to look at all the natural heritage lands in Newmarket and provide sort of information about them and value them as well. And that became a sort of a baseline for the natural heritage schedule and the policies in our new official plan that's in place today. And through that study, it identified these lands as being meadow. And with the adoption of the 2006 official plan, it established that natural heritage designation on it, with the sub-designation of it being meadow.
Taylor, I'll go with that. When this study was done in 2006, there were other properties too that where there was that type of impact on a change of zoning. And so other properties that were perhaps residential and now rezoned for natural heritage or protected open space, et cetera, and whatever area would fall under that. For those other properties, did any of those property owners come forward and perhaps put in an appeal saying that they disagreed with that designation?
Mr. Rogan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vey. We had 2 appeals on our 2006 official plan. One was in relation to the natural heritage designation on Eagle Street, close to Yonge Street, which has not been dealt yet through the Ontario Municipal Board.
Okay. And so this property, 8 years ago when that change was made, did not appeal?
That's correct.
Thank you. Regional Councillor?
So, yeah, my question then is for Mr. Templeton. Are you aware of, I mean, I guess 8 years ago or 10 years ago, there was the opportunity to appeal at the time of redesignation, something that would have given anybody that was moving new into the community an awareness that perhaps somebody was contemplating something different. Why wait till now? Was there any reason why the appeal wasn't placed at that time?
Mr. Mayor, through you, I suspect that it was, as far as the owner is concerned, a matter that simply fell between the chairs. Coghlan Homes operate out of Pickering or Ajax, and they've got a number of things going. I know at one time I had been asked to proceed with applications for development that this would go back to 2003. And I had advanced some distance in terms of preparing applications, even to the point of preparing a draft plan of subdivision. And the applicant decided that they were going to pursue other things and let this land go, or just let it sit. And they never revisited it until years later to find that there had been an exercise that resulted in the land being designated for environmental purposes. And I think that had they realized what was going on and taken action at the time, it would have been a different outcome in terms of the designation, because I think, you know, without wanting to sound too brash about it, there's a pretty substantial case to be made that these lands are not environmentally sensitive, these lands that are proposed to develop. And they got included because they got involved in a broader approach to identification of lands for designation. What we're attempting to do at this point, and I think we're putting forward a compelling case, is that these lands are developable without detriment to the environment, readily serviceable. They are almost invited to develop because of the situation at the end of Silk and Lauman, where clearly there was some intention for a road to be extended.
I wasn't really looking to get more into the merit of the case,
Sure.
just a question about the timing. I guess I'd put it to you simply, though, would you not agree as a planner that the best and most appropriate time to protect or to look at your development opportunity would be at the time of redesignation or an official plan change? I mean, I'm just thinking 2008, there must be a number of people here who have moved in since then, and they would have had the forewarning, they would have been much more aware. So is that not the best time would have been to raise this issue?
Well, perhaps through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that perhaps may be the case, but the fact of the matter is that through oversight or whatever, the action was not taken to appeal what was proposed at the time. And I don't think that in and of itself is sufficient to preclude what's before you this evening.
I'm not going that far. We're just getting
Yes.
information at this point, but
Yes.
I am suggesting that there's a number of people who would have benefited from that. I guess my other question is really more to staff, so if you wanted to receive. No? Do you want to go?
Yeah, let's receive that, and then we can go forward. We do have correspondence, and then we can go towards the deputations that we have listed. So, motion then to receive this presentation. Councillor Vague, Councillor Demucho, all those in favor? That is carried. So we may need to call you back if there's some questions that could be answered. We'll get clarification from staff.
Thank you. Yes, just one question for the staff, and I think it's important to get this clarification from our staff members because the reference was made by the proponent to the conveyance of land during the process. And just maybe if we could speak to the typical process of conveyance of lands during such processes, and I think it's important to just state that this in no way binds this. The conveyances of land are common, and that this in no way binds a council to any type of decision, and that it in no way holds us to anything, and that we're free to make the decisions we feel appropriate, regardless of conveyances of lands. That this kind of thing goes on all the time with development.
Madam Solicitor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Regional Councillor. In 2011, the town entered into an agreement with this developer, and the agreement was with respect to a dispute. That agreement provided that the developer would transfer lands to the town, and Mr. Templeton made reference to the lands that have been transferred, so they are directly beside and below the brown portion, developable portion, and there's also a portion above the shaded blue part and the brown part. And those lands have been conveyed. They were conveyed in 2012. There are two other pieces of land that were also conveyed to the town. They're not shown on that map, but they are east of the railway line. If you run that triangle down to its end down at the bottom, the lands are to the east and towards the bottom of the lands that are directly below the developable portion, and those lands are on either side of the the hydro corridor that runs to the east. So those conveyances were completed in 2012, and part of the agreement with the developer was that the developer would be certainly free to make an application to develop, but in no way would it bind this council's decision-making. So council has given no assurances, no guarantees or commitment that it will approve this development. That's an independent matter that will be coming before you in the future. All that has occurred to date is just the transfer of those lands. Now, in the event that the development is approved, the developer will not have to convey any additional parkland because the amount that has been conveyed exceeds what the usual amount of parkland would be.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Just to reiterate, though, the agreement was clear. These types of agreements are not uncommon, and we are in no way bound to any type of decision.
Madam Solicitor?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Twinney?
Solicitor, the land that was conveyed, is this usable parkland? Like you said, they wouldn't have to contribute any more parkland because they already have done so. Are these lands usable for parkland?
Madam Solicitor?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would have to refer that question over either to the Commissioner or maybe the Commissioner of Recreation and Culture. I'm not sure what the actual proposed use, if there is one, will be for those lands, or whether they will simply remain passive open space lands.
Okay. Mr. Nethery, in the absence of the Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the extent whether or not they could be developed for residential purposes, if that was the question, the answer is no, because of the proximity to the railway. They may or may not have some ability to be used for other purposes of a recreational nature or something, but they certainly couldn't be approved for any residential development.
No, sorry, just to follow up.
Could it be used for recreational
purposes?
Yeah,
can it be used for, I mean, could they be a soccer field or a baseball diamond or?
Mr. Mayor, I guess I'm not necessarily privy to that information. I think we'd have to hear from our recreation director to determine that. So it's something we could certainly check into when we are reporting back to you.
Thank you.
In any event, it's municipal lands. Councillor Kerwin?
Yes, this, I've been involved with natural heritage for quite a long time. It's not to this parcel, but it is relevant in the decision-making. And I don't know whom to ask, whether Mr. Nethery or Mr. Unger or Dave Ruggles or Linda. The Maple Leaf stand over on Kingdale. That was partly in Whitchurch Stouffville and partly in Kingdale. And I believe that was designated as a natural heritage forest. Is that not correct?
Mr. Nethery?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes. I think it was identified through the same exercise.
The same exercise. And at that particular point, and this forest expands to the east of our boundary. It goes over into Stouffville, Whitchurch actually in particular. Did the owner of that particular beautiful woodland donate that to the town? How did we acquire that woodlot?
Mr. Nethery?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we actually haven't. It's still in private ownership.
It's still in private ownership,
Correct.
but it's been designated as natural heritage.
That's right.
And cannot be developed.
Well, pretty much. I mean, as you've seen in other instances, if certain environmental analyses are conducted, but I'm not so sure I would be optimistic about that one.
Okay, but it is designated as natural heritage, very similar to the property we're dealing with. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you. Now, next item is correspondence that we've received. We have, sorry? Oh, Councillor Big.
Yep, thank you very much. Late in the day, I did receive a number of more correspondence regarding this development, and we'd like to just have these as part of our official record. I'm not going to read them all out loud because it's just going to take too long, and I do want an opportunity for my neighbors here in Ward 1 to come down and speak. But all 6 of these focus in on the natural heritage feature and how the community, what a loss it would be for the town. So I'll just pass these 6 correspondence that I've received to our staff, and we can include them in our official record, and then please we'll invite our neighbors to come down.
Okay, and there's also some correspondence that we've received from Shauna Marcus. That's on the agenda, so that together with these items, I wonder if we could have just a motion to receive that correspondence. Councillor Vague, seconded by Councillor Twinney. All those in favor to receive the correspondence, thank you. And Councillor Twinney.
Of the correspondence from NEAC, have all their comments been included as well?
Yes, I'm glad you reminded me of that, because it's, so there is correspondence from
Newmarket
NEAC
Environmental Advisory Committee
as well.
Thank you.
So we'll include that as part of the correspondences we've received as well. We're okay with that? Okay, good. All right, next item then is we have a number of deputations. Again, I would ask that if what you would like to say has been said before, then let's recognize that. And I think we've got in the range of 13 to 15 deputation requests as they stand, and we'd like to hear from others from the audience as well. But the first listed deputant is Mr. Wasim Jera. Mr. Jera, if you'd like to come forward, you have up to 5 minutes as well. Your address, sir?
462 Huddle Crescent.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and town staff for holding tonight's meeting. I'm a proud resident of Newmarket and the neighborhood directly impacted by this proposed development. I was also proud that Newmarket was named one of the top 10 places to live in Canada, a testament to the quality of life of our town. At the core of a town with a great quality of life is how the community is planned, a balance of residential, parks, green space, employment, etc. I'm here tonight not as someone opposed to growth. In fact, as a real estate agent, I see firsthand how new residents are excited to move into a community as beautiful as Newmarket. However, growth must take place in appropriate areas, and frankly, this proposal just doesn't make sense to me. This council has embarked on an ambitious plan to direct growth to our urban center through our draft secondary plan where it makes sense. The town's official plan designated these lands as natural heritage system and are zoned environmental protection open space. These lands must contain significant natural features and important ecological functions which should be protected, causing the town, region, and conservation authority to designate them as natural heritage. We received the document this afternoon, and it's the Town of Newmarket Natural Heritage Pilot Project draft, and it was prepared by the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, dated February 3rd, 2003. Item number 1 in the introduction, it says the goal of this study is to create a reliable and viable framework which will permit the Town of Newmarket to achieve its environmental goals as set out in its official plan and as they relate to the terrestrial natural environment, to conserve and improve through enhancement, restoration, and innovative management practices the terrestrial natural heritage within the Town of Newmarket for this and future generations, so that it will sustain life, maintain health, and provide an improved quality of life. And I believe Councillor Dave Kerwin was on that steering committee at the time. It is my understanding that the intent of the plan is to protect and enhance such areas and, where appropriate, integrate these lands into the town's overall parks network. Why would we change that at this time? Witnessing the Glenway meetings, I commend the position that all of you took and voting unanimously in support of the residents and their concerns. Your vote on Glenway was a strong show of support for our approved official plan. It defended the notion that lands designated as parks and open space should remain that way. These lands that are in front of us today have an even higher level of protection in your official plan and zoning bylaw. According to the environmental impact study prepared by Beacon Environment on the subject lands, the conclusions were the following. Number 1, loss of 1.5 hectares of Meadow 2 habitat. Loss of habitat for common species of flora and fauna. Potential loss of nesting feeding habitat for 2 threatened species of grassland birds. Edge encroachment, loss of cattail marsh, and soil transport, erosion downstream impacts on fish habitat associated with Wesley Creek. And this was from Beacon's environmental report. This proposal in front of you today will have an adverse impact on the community, wildlife, habitat in the immediate area, and beyond. If Council decides to move ahead with this project, in my opinion, it will be clear that the official plan is not worth the paper it's written on. The success of this project is contingent on Hydro One allowing access to it through its lands. I can't help but notice the deafening silence of Hydro One in all the reports that have been made available to us. I will also add the lack of response from York Region and the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. I must say that I'm very disappointed that the developer would do this to the very community they helped establish by turning their backs to it. The developer is trying to sandwich a community between a hydro corridor on one side and an active train track on the other, which to me and my community over here lacks vision. Shoehorning 28 townhomes into an established community shows that the developer is fueled by greed, trying to maximize profits, and trying to squeeze every last penny out of these lands with no regard to its previous customers. In reading all the reports available to me, I noticed that some are incomplete, untrue, inconsistent, and misleading. I appreciate the peer review process, but my concern is that relying solely on the developer's consultants to provide information, we run the risk of not having a full analysis of the environmental impact of this project. Can the town direct its own consultants to perform a comprehensive environmental impact study rather than relying on Beacon's presentation of facts and data?
I have you at 5 minutes, sir. I could ask you to wrap it up.
I'm almost done. Can I have another minute?
Another minute, then?
Thank
please.
you. Most of you have played a significant role in shaping Newmarket into what it is today. You have put the interests of the town ahead of your own personal interest. We need your leadership, and leaders do shine in times of difficult decisions. I hope the decision you make is one you truly believe in. All I'm asking for is that you be consistent with our community and give us the same level of respect for our green space, our residents, and our children. And I leave you with this quote from Mayor Van Bynen's website in an article dated November 27th, where he said, and I quote, "Our residents, not developers, should decide the future of our communities." Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that we want to show our approval. It's not going to be as productive as we'd like to be, so if you would like to withhold your applause until later on, that would be appreciated. Are there any questions of clarification from members of council, members of committee? Okay. I do want to ask staff to address the question about an independent review and what the process is the review of the environmental study.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the nature of the question was whether or not our peer reviewer could actually do an analysis, if I got that correct. That's not their role. What we ask them to do, and what's part of their mandate, is to take a very critical eye of the work that's coming in from any given applicant through their professionals, and require them to address certain issues. So if there are holes in the science, if there's incomplete information, then our peer reviewer requires, and this is the approach for everything from trees through to noise, or in this case environmental analyses, and then sends it back to that applicant to address those things, and then it comes back. It's sort of like getting your test back from your teacher, and it's not adopted and it's not approved until it's met that criteria. I think the benefit of doing it that way is that it aids in the transparency of the situation, so that our peer reviewer isn't seen as doing a justification for any given application. They are in the same role as staff would be if we had that specific expertise.
Okay, thank you. Motion to receive the presentation of the Deputy Councillor Emanuel, Councillor Hempin. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Our next deputant is Marlene Hart. If you could come forward, please. Give us your address.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, Councillor, and staff, my name is Marlene Hart, and I've been a homeowner at 318 Silken Lomond Drive for the past 10 years. I chose to move to Newmarket to be close to my family. I am the envy of friends and co-workers, as I live in a very unique little pocket of Newmarket where we know most of our neighbours. It is rare that I take a walk that I do not have a chat with a neighbour or receive a waving hand from someone driving by. We are fortunate to have so many resources at our doorstep. Parks for our children to play, soccer field, basketball court. We also have our much-loved meadow, which is at risk of being rezoned and developed. This field has given us access to informal trails on the other side of the railway, which leads us to the Tom Trailer Trail. And those living in the Armitage subdivision also have access to these informal pathways. I appreciate that the town of Newmarket has had the foresight to create a path system through many of the subdivisions in Newmarket, and efforts are being made to connect these trails. This is very important to improving the quality of life for residents of Newmarket and to make the town much more aesthetically pleasing to live in. These trails provide important recreational space for residents. At the time I moved to Newmarket, I noted the land in the hydro corridor and in the lands between the hydro lines and the railway was being used by young kids in the neighborhood to create jumps in the sand pits for their bikes, young boys playing their imaginary war games hiding from each other in the tall grass. Many people also use this land to take their family on nature hikes and to walk their dogs. Many have also ventured to the other side of the tracks. Initially, there was barely a trail. Now there is a very well-worn path. Over time, I've noticed an increase in the number of people using this path, particularly with the opening of the Tom Taylor path south of Mulock. I used to be able to walk along a beaten path across the field up to the Sunoco station. With the paved path going in, I'm no longer able to walk this route as it moved where the wetlands sit. I'm sure this also changed the path of the deer who used to eat at an apple tree where I used to see them at. I know it's anecdotal, but I feel there's fewer sightings of deer over the past few years. I find it difficult to believe that building townhomes will not impact the deer or other wildlife that live in this space or feed in this area. I know this is a small pocket of land. However, my concern is that we will continue to develop other lands, for example, beyond the railway tracks. Each environment study will look only at the impact that each little development has on that land and not as a whole. I'm sure that the development of the land where my home sits had some impact on the environment. I remember looking at the field where I now live and seeing deer tracks, feeling excited I'd be so close, living so close to nature. I was ignorant of the fact that where my house was being built was impacting the environment. I'm sure residents up the street had similar concerns of green space being developed. I think we need to look long-term and question, once 28 townhomes are put in, what is next? I'm opposing the rezoning of this land from environmentally protected meadowland to residential. My concern is for the natural habitat that lives in this wildlife corridor. I've seen deer, fox, rabbits, turkeys, and I've heard coyotes on many occasions, but I've fortunately not had any close encounters. I'm a lover of birds and have feeders in my backyard. It's not unusual for me to see 10 species of birds at my bird feeder on any given day. I know there are birds in the green space surrounding this neighborhood that do not feed at my feeders and survive on the natural habitat. I will reinforce my biggest concern about this rezoning is the impact on the environment and the preservation of natural habitat within the town of Newmarket. I do not count a paved trail system as natural habitat as it has been designed with people in mind for recreational use. I also have some concerns with regard to the impact on my neighborhood. This is a very young community, and by that I mean we have very young children. I'm concerned about their safety on the road with increased traffic and the importance in the future for these children to have access to unstructured green space. They need access to nature outside of a school outing. I'm not sure what is planned with regards to increased pedestrian traffic with the townhomes. Currently, there are no sidewalks west of Sador on the north side of the street, and none on the south side of Silken Lomond west of the vacant lot. Are sidewalks being proposed? Where are these going? Will residents have any say in the changes to our current infrastructure to accommodate the future development? Are we going to be reduced to one-car driveways and increasing the number of residents paving their lawns to park their cars? What impact does this have on property values and our quality of life? I know this is a small parcel of land, but it's important to many that live in the neighborhood. Thanks for listening to my concerns and those of my friends and neighbors who are also presenting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or clarification? Being none, motion to receive. Councillor Twinney, Councillor Vague. All those in favour? That is carried. If you leave your comments with the clerk over there, then we'll make sure that they're part of the record. Thank you. Our next deputant then is Mr. David Copsey. Mr. Copsey? Did I pronounce that right, sir? Yes, you did. Okay, thank you. Have a chair, please, and give us your address.
Thank you for spending the time to listen to me tonight. To the Mayor, thank you, and to the Council and members of staff of Newmarket Town. My name is David Copsey, and I have lived at 402 Silken Lomond Drive since 1997. I live in one of the first homes that's occupied in the subdivision. For those of you that may not be familiar with the area, I am located almost opposite McBean Avenue, the intersection of McBean and Silken Lomond. I am obviously concerned about traffic. I originally opposed the extension of Silken Lomond approximately 12 years ago for the very much the same reason as I'm opposed to the extension of Silken Lomond today. In the event of an accident at the intersection of McBean and Silken Lomond, how does an emergency service attend to any occupants of Sidewell Court or this proposed area? There is only going to be a single access to this site. Also, there is going to be a significant increase in traffic. I've seen that since the second phase of the Silken Lomond development, and I live right opposite that three-way stop, and I watch the people slow down. Sometimes they stop, sometimes they don't. Then I look at the sketch plan from the Beacon Environmental, and I noticed that, yes, we've talked about the road tonight, and we've got the circle built in the area way there. I'm going to use your, thank you very much, I'm going to use your mouse here to use the circle here. Now, I noticed this road that we've got here. I have some concerns about that road. From the drawing that I have, and I know it's only a sketch at this stage, it would appear that it's rather narrow. And that raises another concern. Is it planned for two-way traffic? It is certainly not the width of Silk and Lowman, and it's certainly not the width of Zyder Court. Then we have some of the other issues that concern me, and that would be snow removal and garbage collection. Have these been arranged? I know this is going to be a private estate. Is this going to be arranged so that this area is kept tidy and respectable, and that the whole subdivision is not drawn down? And having lived in my home for 17 years, I'm very disappointed at this point in time that this project is even being proposed. This land I thought was protected and not subject to further development. I feel very much for the people living at the bottom of Silk and Lowman and Zyder Court. They do not know what they're in for, and what it is going to be like, the parking, the noise of construction, or perhaps they do. And that's why there's so many people behind me tonight. Yes. I will not be covering any environmental concerns, as I know there's a lot of my colleagues will be addressing that. I want to deal with some of the practical issues and safety as I see it. But I do, however, support the group to stop this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of clarification? Members of council? Being none, motion to receive. Councillor Demucho, Councillor Manuel. All those in favour? That is carried. If you have notes that you could leave with the clerk, that would be helpful. Thank you. Our next deputant is Monica Ahrens. Monica, are you here? Okay. If you could give us your address, please. Sorry. Yeah, push the red button. Yeah, okay, we've got it.
Okay.
Okay, good. And your address? I'm sorry, we didn't hear.
336 Silk and Lowman.
Thank you.
I'm Monica Ahrens. I'm a proud resident of Newmarket. I also work in this community as I teach at Sir William Mulock Secondary School. This room is filled with our community that came to Newmarket and this neighborhood for a reason. We had a dream. This area offered us a connection with the community, a place to hang our hats, grow our roots, raise our children, raise our pets, connect with nature in a town called Newmarket, a town with a vision well beyond the ordinary. This town and its leaders have supported us over the years, offering us wonderful amenities and services, including the extension improvement of Fairy Lake and our beautiful trail system, which thousands enjoy. We appreciate the town vision, the importance of living well balanced, honoring courage and creativity. Wow, Newmarket, what a place to be. So with our dreams in hand, we selected our neighborhood to access these amenities, as well as connect with the environment around us. For many of us, this connection is what makes living here so special. Some paid a lot premium for this opportunity. Though many of us have moderate-sized properties, we benefit from the borrowed view of the meadow, the grasslands, the marshlands, Wesley Creek, and the woodland that surrounds St. Andrew's Golf Course. I, like Marlene, always boast my wildlife sightings to my family and friends. I have seen vole, gray, red, black squirrels, mink, deer, fox, coyote, mice, in my garage, skunks, raccoons, eastern cottontail, eastern garter snake, frogs and toads, turtles, groundhogs, chipmunks, bats. And I guess my neighbor's cat digging in my garden doesn't count. But all may not necessarily live in the meadow, but many of them actually migrate through the meadow or transition through the meadow. Let's not forget the black bear that made its way through our meadow to Aurora just a few years ago. And the birds. Long before dawn to dusk, the variety of birds here brings a song to the skies. By some estimates, however, we may already have lost almost half the songbirds that filled the skies almost 40 years ago. Birds typically return to their previous nesting sites. Recently, they've become disoriented because of urban development that has decimated their natural habitat. So, let's all consider all our creatures, great and small, especially those that thrive in our meadow. Let's recognize insects, critical to the ecosystem to support our birds, mammals, and amphibians, specifically pollinators. You know about bees and butterflies, but did you know that there are over 1,000 species of pollinating insects in Canada? Together, they're an indispensable natural resource, and their daily work is essential for Canadian farm produce, something to consider given our proximity to the urban farm community that we have here in York Region. 1 out of every 3 bites of food eaten worldwide depends on pollinators. As insect populations are threatened, so are wild ecosystems that depend on these pollinators. There are over 800 types of bees in Canada. Last year, Canada lost nearly 30% of their colonies across the country. These are under pressure from loss of habitat, loss of food sources, disease, and of course, pesticides. So knowing this, we look at the Beacon environmental study, specifically the natural heritage conditions. The report offers us an extensive list of vegetation that thrives in our protected meadow. Mature trees and saplings occur singly and in small groups scattered throughout the community, is a quote. 105 species of vascular plants were recorded on that property. So how exciting it is to see that many of these plants, trees, and shrubs are actually those that provide significant forage for pollinators. I identified at least 8 different trees and shrubs in that report and 15 plants that, according to research, attract pollinators in our threatened meadow. So yes, Mr. Templeton, we are environmentally sensitive. Additionally,
I have you at 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Wrap up, please.
My 5 minutes is up? Oh, your clock is different than my microwave.
How much more time would you need?
Just 30 more seconds, because one of those specifically too is the milkweed.
Let's wrap it up.
Right, and
Sure.
the milkweed
Okay.
is part of that with the monarch butterflies. So,
Okay.
anyways, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or clarification? Motion to receive, Councillor Manuel, Councillor Hemp. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Mr. Simon Prine, give us your address, please. Okay, your address, please.
Simon Prine, 449 Heddle. My comments are not directed to just you, the mayor, or the council, or to the staff. It's directed to all of you. This is something we need to work as a team to stop, as the residents of Silk and Lawman neighborhood are, obviously. I think it is very clear the land is deemed natural heritage, which is supposed to be natural, valued, and protected. Building condos on this land is not protecting it. The fact is, you cannot build on natural heritage. The land is natural, is valued, and we need your help to keep it protected. I realize this can go to the OMB, but we are not there. We are here asking you to deny this application. The future of Newmarket is our smart commute, new additions on existing buildings that are part of Newmarket's heritage, and most of all, our green space. This is not only about how we enjoy the green space beauty walking our dogs, or hiking in this area. It's about the fact that you cannot build on land zoned as natural heritage. I know you will do what is right and reject this application.
Any questions or clarification?
You picked the shortest speech to do this.
Thank you for that. There will be many that follow. Any questions or clarification? None? Motion to receive, Councillor Emanuel. Councillor Twinney, all those in favour? That is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next presentation is Mr. Brian Milley. Mr. Milley, I'm assuming the AV accompaniment is going to accompany all of these as we go forward? Okay. Okay.
Most of them anyway.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 316 Silken Lawman Drive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for your time. I'm confident that the other comments that you've heard today and probably ongoing will further my points. However, I wanted to go about and read one of our neighbors that couldn't make it here this evening. This letter was forwarded to our councillor Tom Bay earlier today. So I'll just read a section of it that very accurately conveys my family's interpretation of this. The main reason why I moved to this community 7 years ago was because of the surrounding green space. I researched the area and learned it was environmentally protected land and therefore ineligible for development. During my time here, I've personally seen
wildlife. We can stop you
wildlife.
just for a second. I think we're trying to get your AV person a chair here. Okay?
That's much more comfortable.
Okay. Please go ahead.
I researched the area and learned it was environmentally protected land and therefore ineligible for development. During my time here, I've personally seen wildlife of all sorts living all around the area and every piece of land. I've seen coyotes, muskrats, evidence of a beaver, an owl, and countless other species of birds. Aside from the wildlife that live on this land, the enriched quality of life of the residents of our community is unquantifiable. This land is used by families, dog walkers, nature enthusiasts, bird watchers, and many more. The residents of our community, the very people who have done their due diligence in choosing a suitable neighborhood to raise their families, have chosen to invest in good faith, knowing that the land designation of natural heritage and the zoning classification of open space environmental protection is worth more than the paper it's written on. Otherwise, what's the point of having such classifications to begin with? In the retail and marketing sectors, there are laws prohibiting bait and switch advertising practices. Retailers and advertisers, much like municipalities who grant building permits to housing developers, should not be able to advertise something that sounds popular or appealing one moment, only to then change the rules to what suits them best down the line. Where consumers have the Better Business Bureau to assist in dealing with their complaints, the residents of our community have the Newmarket Town Council to act with its constituents to stand up for what is fundamentally right. Municipal designations and zoning classifications must be something that is substantive for our area. My question is, what would happen if somebody developed on this land today? Perhaps for Mr. Ruggles? The question, what would happen if somebody would develop on this land today with no zoning change?
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question.
The question is, if somebody were to develop without a zoning change, what would be the consequence of that?
Oh, through you, Mr. Mayor, it certainly wouldn't be permitted.
Okay. So I guess all the residents here are really asking that level of zoning right now just be upheld to the standard of which I personally purchased, and I know a number of other people have as well.
Okay, thank you. Questions, clarification? Motion to receive. Councillor Twinney, Councillor Vague, all those in favour? That is carried. Thank you very much. Next deputant is Shanto Ghosh. Did I pronounce that right? And if not, please correct me. Your address, sir?
315 Silken Lawman Drive.
Okay, thank you. We have 5
Mr.
minutes.
Mayor,
Yep.
councillors and staff, my name is Shanto Ghosh. I've been a homeowner at 315 Silken Lawman Drive for the past 10 years. I am opposed to the extension of Silk and Lyman Drive for the purposes of the proposed townhouse development. The subject lands were already designated as residential in the past, and as we've heard, were redesignated natural heritage. We should consider carefully why this change was made in the first place and not be changing designations willy-nilly at the whim of developers. If you look at maps posted in the Town of Newmarket official plan schedules, such as the land use, natural heritage system, and trails, there's actually very little green space left in Newmarket. Why is it necessary to remove any more open space, which there is no way to reverse? The builder continually invokes the provincial, regional, and local growth objectives as justification for the development. However, as the builder itself states, this is a small development that will not meaningfully contribute to housing growth or diversification, but it will alter the land use patterns significantly and irrevocably remove more of the little remaining green space in town. My understanding is that the existing proposals in the Yonge and Davis corridor, which are significantly larger, already address the requirements imposed on the Town of Newmarket to accommodate residential growth. I am not a professional planner or civil engineer, but in reviewing the environmental impact survey provided by Beacon, the peer review provided by North South, and Beacon's subsequent responses, there appears to be some inadequacies in their assessment and commentary. In its response to the peer review provided by North South, Beacon several times indicates that it was not required to, nor could it perform analysis of lands adjacent to those of the proposed developments. See comments 8, 9, 10, 12, and 16. It also seems to be incomplete with respect to adjacent lands. In its submission, Beacon states, based on the findings of the environmental impact survey, removal of this limited area is not expected to result in a loss of function to the adjacent lands. This does not appear to meet the requirements of the Town of Newmarket Official Plan, Section 9.2, which stipulates development and site alteration are not permitted on lands adjacent to a meadow unless the ecological attributes and functions of the adjacent lands have been evaluated through an EIS, and it has been demonstrated that there will be no negative impacts on natural features or ecological functions. Adjacent lands are considered to be those lands within 50 meters of a meadow. This document was actually part of the policy framework section of the Beacon Environmental Impact Study. A portion of the proposed development land falls under the auspices of the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan, and therefore the Conservation Authority. The North-South peer review, comment 23, asked for clarification on how subject lands will be managed according to the policies of the protection plan. The response from Beacon dismisses the commentary, saying, please provide reference to town planning policies that detail the meadow habitat enhancement is a requirement for draft plan approval, and so on. This requirement is clearly stipulated in the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan that is quoted in the original Beacon Environmental Impact Survey. The LSPP has separate requirements depending on, and so this is a quote from the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. The LSPP has separate requirements depending on whether the proposed development is located within or outside an existing settlement area. The subject property is located within, this is Beacon's saying, this subject property is located within an existing settlement area and is therefore subject to the following policies under the Act. An application for development or site alteration shall, where applicable, increase or improve fish habitat in streams, lakes, and wetlands, and any adjacent riparian areas. Include landscaping and habitat restoration that increase the ability of native plants and animals to use valley lands or riparian areas as wildlife habitat and movement corridors. Seek to avoid, minimize, and or mitigate impacts associated with the quality and quantity of urban runoff into receiving streams, lakes, and wetlands. And some other points, but I'll try and keep it a little bit brief. Given one, the proximity to and encroachment on lands overseen by the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, and two, the hemmed-in nature of the area under consideration, no room to work in to the east and west due to the train tracks and hydro towers, how can it be reasonably argued that there will be no impact on the ecological function of these lands over a period of multiple years, a likely timeline for completion indicated by the builder in its submissions, when construction equipment has to come through the south end of the subject lands near Wesley Creek?
I have you at 5 minutes as well. Can I ask you to wrap up, please?
Sure.
Some final comments?
So I'll just, in summary, I'd like to reiterate my opposition to this rezoning request. Although the builder has attempted to justify the development using the letter of the law, it certainly hasn't followed the spirit of the law. It cannot be argued that this land is officially protected under the various policies in place, except for the small portion. But there's plenty of natural wildlife and vegetation that will be destroyed by the development, including the many creatures that call it home, some of which venture out of the meadows, such as rabbits, skunks, and foxes, and provide an important connection to nature for all the residents in the neighborhood. It would be a shame to break up a large natural space just to squeeze in a few homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions or clarification? Motion to receive, Councillor Vague, Councillor Twinney. All those in favor? Thank you. If you'd like to leave your comments with the clerk, that would be helpful as well. Oh, good, thank you. All right, Regional Councillor?
This might make me a little unpopular, but I feel like I'm actually starting to develop a bond with these dogs, but I'm finding this very distracting. I'm not hearing what's being said, and maybe I'm the simple guy and I can't do two things at once, but I've seen a lot of them, and I appreciate it. It's been helpful, but unless you guys are really passionate about it, I don't know about others, but I'm all of a sudden realized I'm not hearing what's being said, and I think it's probably better for the presenters to just present.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If there's a specific slide to what's being said,
There are one slide
rather
for a
than having
while.
a roll through, but I find it distracting as well. And there's not one member of council here that noticed that was the start of a leash-free dog park.
Yeah.
In any event. So if I could then ask for Shauna Marquez. Shauna? Your address, please. 310 Okay, 5 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, my name is Shauna Marks, and I live 3 houses up from the dead end of Silkenlaumen Drive with my husband and 2 young daughters. My family's in total opposition of the proposed extension of our street, the rezoning of the environmentally protected open space to residential townhouse dwelling, and the construction of 28 new townhomes. I have 3 main points. To start, the reduction of green space would be a great loss for our whole community. And I say our whole community because it's not just the houses within 150 meters that would be affected. It's much more than that. There's kids and families from Pelletier, from Heddle, McBean, Sador, and Silkenlaumen that use that space for walks and bike rides or just as a place to unwind and be closer to nature. I was very frustrated when I found out how few people in our community were notified of the proposal. The letter of the law may have been followed by letting the required people know, but the spirit of it, which was to let the people know who will be affected, was definitely not. Also part of our community that have no voice is the wildlife in the area. There's deer, coyote, wild turkey, owls, skunks, etc., and I find it really difficult to believe that there would be little or no impact to them. Number 2, we purchased our home over 5 years ago. One of the main selling features was that it was at a dead end. If the development is approved, we will not only have potentially 50 more residential vehicles passing directly by our house daily, but we'll also see double the service vehicle traffic as well, because it would be a private complex. So snowplows, garbage trucks, recycling trucks, etc. I honestly feel that if this development were to happen, the property and resale value of our house and the houses around us will drastically drop, and that's not even taking into consideration any added stop signs, sidewalks, or other effects in the neighborhood. My third and final point is most near and dear to my heart because it relates to the health of my children and perhaps other children that are in or will be living in the area. As I said, I have 2 young daughters. My first daughter was born with a birth defect called an omphalocele. 2.5 years later, my second daughter was born with a completely different birth defect. Her esophagus didn't connect to her stomach and she needed surgery to survive. I honestly don't know if living so close to hydro towers while being pregnant had anything to do with it, but the thought has definitely crossed my mind. The houses on the subject property would be even closer to the hydro corridor, practically beneath it. I just find it so hard to believe that we're that desperate for new houses in Newmarket that we have to squeeze 28 of them in between hydro towers and train tracks on environmentally protected open space. It just doesn't seem safe or logical to me. The main reason I mention our daughters is not to scare anyone into thinking that we live in an unsafe area. It's actually to raise a concern that we have about our youngest daughter's future health if the proposal is approved. Because of her condition and her surgery, she has a compromised airway and a weakened respiratory system. She's only 4 months old, she's right there, and she's already been intubated on a breathing machine twice at the Hospital for Sick Children. The environmental impact study prepared by Beacon Environmental in June 2013 indicated that the site preparation for the proposed development is expected to occur over one season, and that the construction of the townhomes may occur over several years. I'm genuinely concerned for my daughter's health and well-being, given her weakened respiratory system, because of all the dirt and the dust that I know would end up in our home over those several years. In fact, anyone with a compromised respiratory system, such as senior citizens or children with asthma, are at risk, and they have reasons to be concerned. I believe that you should always feel safe in your own home, but if this construction were to happen, I will no longer feel that my daughter is safe even inside our home. On behalf of my family, I plead that you do not approve this proposal and allow this environmentally protected open space to be rezoned and built on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or clarification? And a motion to Councillor Vague. Question?
Yes, actually, on clarification. First, Sean, I want to tell you, I'm very sorry to hear about your daughter. My daughter was on a respirator for the first 2 years of her life, too, and she's wonderful now, taking dance, everything. So I want to mention that. But I do want to mention something else. I do agree with you that the distribution, the required by bylaw distribution is far too narrow when it comes to developments like this, and many members of council have mentioned that. And as you know, in our neighborhood, when the information first came out that there was a proposal came to town that was going to be development, I arranged for myself and volunteers to deliver notice to all 500 families in the community. And once we had the information that for tonight's meeting, I once again, this time using Canada Post, because we were freezing snap then, arranged for notice to go to all 500 families in the entire community to let them know what was coming up. So I agree with what you said, and that's why I took the initiative to make sure all families in the community did receive notice on this.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion then to receive. Councillor Twinney. All those in favour? That is carried. Thank you. Next deputant is Jane Conrad. Jane, are you here? Maybe a little later then. Is Jane here? Okay. Then Mr. Les Suter. Mr. Suter. Thank you. If you could give us your address, sir.
Okay. My name's Les Suter. I live at 446 Silken Lauman. Mr. Mayor, Council, and staff, thank you for giving us this opportunity to discuss the removal of the environmental protection designation. I'll try to, I'm going to have to edit this a little bit because I want to repeat many of the other comments.
Okay, thank you.
So just bear with me here. As a resident for the past 4 years, in that time, obviously, we've enjoyed the land and all it's had to offer. I know that the land provides significant support for all the local wildlife, and that's very important. But before purchasing 446 Silken Lauman, we walked the land, and we did our research, and we were assured that there would be no further development in that area. I'm obviously deeply bothered by this. It's a significant. It stirred significant emotion in me. So I'll try to calm myself here. Since then, we've hiked and we've walked and biked and ran and enjoyed that land. Lots of snowshoeing this year. I don't know if I mentioned, there's 7 of us in the house, so we have 5 children, and they've all learned how to ride their bikes on that land, collect butterflies and everything else, and it's been a significant attraction to our family. We really appreciate the fact that we have this visible wildlife and this
this at oneness with nature right steps from our door. So I'm also an avid cyclist, and this land is a significant part of my morning commute. I get on my bike every morning and I ride from Newmarket to Aurora. You know, I cut through the land and go across, and this land provides me access to the Tom Thompson Trail so that I can get to work in the morning. One of my daughters uses it, this land and trail, as access to get to school. She goes to Armitage Village. I have a 3-year-old running around here somewhere who will be going to Armitage Village School as well. So I'm hopeful that we will be able to use it for her to get to school as well. And I guess the other concerns I have are more emotional. Like I'm very concerned that, you know, this appears like another sellout for the sake of collecting property tax on 28 more homes. And I don't know that, you know, that is really part of the balance that we should look for in development. You know, look at St. John's Side Road. There's lots of development there. And then I don't think we need to sell out our protected green space. I just want to say that I believe that the removal of the natural heritage designation of that land would be a great loss for our community. And that it would represent a shameful example of why such cynicism of political process is thriving. It's very disturbing. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Questions, clarification? Regional Councillor?
Yeah, I think it's more of a statement, and I appreciate that this is an emotional topic for you, and I'm sure I would feel the same in your circumstance, but I do think it's important for us to clarify that the Planning Act allows people to put forward proposals. This is part of the process that the Planning Act allows for, and we're hearing this officially as a proposal for the first time, along with yourselves, and I guess I understand that you're upset, but I'm also a person, and to say sell out, I'm simply hearing an application. I've taken no position yet, nor has this council. And secondly, I can assure you, no matter what occurs, whether you believe it or not, the increased tax revenue means nothing to me. And if people can chuckle or say what they want, it means nothing to me. And so, you know what, I understand your emotion for you too, but it can also be emotional on the other side.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Motions to receive. Councillor Mucho, Councillor Manuel. All those in favour? That is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Val Nystrom.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff, my name is Val Nystrom. I live at 352 Silken Lauman Drive. I'm strongly opposed to this proposal. I recently retired as a teacher with the York Region Board. Since moving to Newmarket, the fields at the end of our street have been a favorite destination regardless of the season. They are almost a daily source of pleasure for myself and my dog, who's a little too prominent, I agree. As you can see, in the summer, the wildflowers are a beautiful mass of color. In the fall, we enjoy the red sumacs. In the winter, it's well worth trudging through the snow to reach the woods beyond, as you saw earlier. When I first learned about the rezoning of our meadow, I was incredulous. Why would a developer want to build townhouses in our green space? Who would want to live in that corner anyway? So close to the noise of the GO train, under the shadow of the hydro towers, near the industrial buildings. One of my first concerns was how the proposed development and construction would impact the wildlife to which the fields and wooded area are a habitat. Surely the town of Newmarket would not approve such a misguided idea. Surely homeowners in our community would speak out to protect our greenlands. Today you can see we care deeply. I've taken time to read all the documents on the website and to try to make some sense of this idea. It's a complex subject. I've written and met with Mr. Ruggles looking for clarification. My letter contains a total of 46 questions. A copy will be attached. The environmental impact study is submitted by the developer, elicited 29 comments from the peer review. Seems to me that's a lot of gaps. The peer review also said, quote, the EIS has not demonstrated conformity with Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority policies and regulations in regard to the swale and wetland. On the topic of the impact on wildlife, the EIS refers to, quote, incidental observations of wildlife species. I believe each species is a vital part of our ecosystem. My neighbors have photographs and frequent viewings of wildlife. I have personally seen evidence of beaver activity. Find those. As they recently felled trees on the property. Perhaps as a teacher, I see our green space in a different way. I view it as a fabulous natural learning environment for younger generations. On grade 2 field trips, it never ceased to delight me how spellbound my students were to be close to nature. They got especially excited when they could hold out their hands and have a chickadee land on them. Having never seen milkweed before, they would they would marvel. They would marvel when I showed them how you can take a ripe milkweed pod, open it, watch the milk ooze out, and blow the silk into the wind. It made science come alive for them. It also made me realize that so many children living in urban areas only experience the outdoors as a manicured park, a ball diamond, or a soccer field. I truly believe that children need to experience the natural world up close and personal. To have meaning for them, they need to see how wildlife coexists with us, even in an urban setting. Where's that opossum? Only then will they be partners in conservation. They will realize why recycling is a must, not an option, to keep our planet healthy. They will think twice about tossing an empty water bottle or a plastic bag if they consider the harm to wildlife in their natural habitat. Perhaps it will impact their decisions as future consumers. Mr. Mayor, members of council, and staff, we have a very special outdoor classroom at the end of our street. Surely it is our responsibility to preserve it for future generations. It is a unique treasure with a topography diverse, including a meadow, a cattail marsh, a woodland, wetlands, the Wesley Creek that flows from the Oak Ridges Moraine to the East Holland River and Lake Simcoe, as well as adjoining forests and trails. It is an interdependent ecosystem for hundreds of species. The EIS noted 38 species of birds, 5 species of fish. It speculates the presence of other wildlife and amphibians. It lists 105 species of plants, including 2 species of milkweed. We all know how vital it is to preserve these plants in order not to lose habitat for monarch butterflies. Given these facts, would it not be a wonderful legacy to retain this property as it is, as a valued natural heritage site, as an open space with environmental protection as shown on the current official plan? The plan clearly states the commitment to, quote, maintain and enhance the ecological functions of our natural heritage system. Could we not retain this land as a passive natural park and recreation space accessible by foot to our community and others? By proceeding with this proposal, what are we contemplating instead? Bulldozing the trees, digging out easements for sewers and water mains, building asphalt roadways and driveways, constructing brick dwellings and acoustic walls, and creating artificial drainage ponds, and then adding some landscaping to all these hard surfaces to soften the appearance so it's acceptable? This does not sound like a tough decision. It is my wish that the children and adults in our community be able to continue to tromp through the fields of wildflowers, listen to the music of songbirds, hear frogs croaking in the creek and crickets chirping from the meadow. In winter, I hope they can explore the tracks of rabbits, deers, coyotes, and foxes.
Okay,
The town website...
I have you at 5 minutes. Can I?
20 seconds.
Okay,
The town
thank you.
website states, quote, "The official plan encourages the preservation of lands, buildings, or structures having environmental, historic, or architectural value. This land has significant environmental value. Let's make the right decision and preserve it." Mr. Mayor and councillors, the future of this wonderful ecosystem is in your hands.
Thank you. Any questions or clarification? Motion to receive then. Regional Councillor, Councillor Twinney. All those in favour? That is carried. Thank you. Vivian Parmenter. Vivian?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, fellow councillors, members of staff, neighbours. My name is Vivian Parmenter, and our family home is on Sador Court, 432. We purchased this home to raise our family overlooking a beautiful open space. I'm here to formally oppose the application to change the zoning of natural, heritage, environmental, protected open land. So why are we even considering this? Council designated this area as natural heritage in Newmarket's official plan, 2006-2026. Council designated this land as environmentally protected for a reason, and that is to preserve this land and invest in social capital. The investment of people, breathing space, a natural area preserving the ecosystem, a passive open space for the great blue heron to nest in the wetlands, a field for the red-tailed hawk to hunt in a natural mass that houses a large variety of birds, rodents, mammals, insects, and provides thousands of milkweeds for the monarch butterfly to feed on. On a side note, the monarchs are now being depleted each year in a huge number. For the past 9 years, we have enjoyed viewing the wildlife in this natural, unspoiled environment, a beautiful green space undisturbed by any development in this protected open space. Every night in the month of June, the field is alive with thousands of fireflies lighting up the area. Where else can you see this in Newmarket? Only in natural heritage, environmentally protected open space. Land where nature is thriving and the residents are enjoying the beauty of it all. Newmarket's official plan states, and may I quote, "No person shall use any land or erect, alter, or use any building or structure in the open space 1, open space 2, or environmental protected zones except for conservation use, recreational trails." In the Newmarket's Parks Policy Development Manual dated October 2012, page 51, section 3.5 states, passive green spaces commonly form part of Newmarket's natural heritage system and are largely comprised of environmental lands, woodlots, meadows, wetlands, hazard areas. These lands may contain environmental resources with ecological and biological functions that contribute to the health of the community and may offer unique opportunities for conservation, preservation, and or natural appreciation. They may also comprise of service corridors, utility hydro, passive green spaces can play a key role in linking other parks and green spaces to support a connection of overall parks and green space system and to provide a foundation for a town-wide trail. So how can this possibly be rezoned when it's been designated as environmentally protected? In Newmarket's official plan, section 10.3.6, the Natural Heritage System states, and again I'm quoting, "Existing wildlife habitat and linkages for wildlife movement will be maintained and enhanced." How is that possible if it's rezoned from natural heritage protected lands? I've read the environmental impact study report that was submitted, and it actually made negative statements on page 22 in regards to the loss of habitat for the common species, the potential loss of nesting and feeding habitats of the threatened species of grassland birds, the edge encroachment loss of cattail marsh, because there's wetlands there. That's where the great big blue heron lives. I see him all the time. Soil transportation, erosion downstream that will impact the fish that are at the Westerly Creek. To me, this is very critical and very sensitive, and this area provides protection as a habitat for natural resources that have been identified, and they must be protected from development for now and the future. The policy was put in place by Council to designate this land as environmentally protected open space for a reason. Please don't allow a builder to change your designation. Your decision, the right decision for protected lands today and tomorrow. If this development occurs and Council allows further development, we will be in a deficit of 22 hectares of open green space in the town of Newmarket. Please don't pave over paradise and put up another parking lot. Thank you.
Any questions of clarification from members? Motion to receive then, please. Councillor Maynew, Councillor DiMuccio. And yes, thank you for leaving that information. Our next deputant is Kim Cummings. Kim?
Council members. I have something prepared, but most of it and the concerns that I have are the same as sort of what has been talked about already in terms of
Could we have your address, please?
Oh, sorry.
Yep, it's okay.
597 McBean Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I've lived in the community for the past 7 years with my 2 kids, and so I'm not too sure that there's a whole lot else that I can cover, but I do feel a need to speak because I do strongly oppose this proposal for development. I'm trying to base any comments on fact. I've been kind of instructed that that's the best way to do it. I've also been told that it's probably not a good idea to talk about traffic, but I live on the edge. So I really am concerned about the increased traffic. I live on McBean Avenue, which is a fairly long and straight street, and it has no stops. And I do believe that the addition of another 56 vehicles plus visitors will really add to already excessive and fast traffic on that street. It actually is a real problem, and I'm concerned, and I know that I speak on behalf of many of the other residents on McBean as well about the traffic, so I just want it to be noted that I am concerned about that. Plus, I understand that there was a traffic study in 2008 that is being used in this proposal. I hope that's accurate. I would suggest that possibly another traffic study be done, simply because there are many homes on my street alone that have paved over front lawns for additional vehicles. So I think that there's maybe many more vehicles traveling than you might expect. And I would also suggest that I know that the largest burden of traffic will be carried on Silk and Lawman, but I think that McBean will also carry some of that traffic. I know that people who live on Silk and Lawman, if there's a red light coming south on Bayview, they turn on to McBean to get home. So I really think and would ask that if there is another traffic study, that McBean be included on that. So it's my understanding also that in the mid-1990s that this particular area, the subject area, was designated as future development, and then was, as we've all talked about tonight, rezoned in 2006. So if that change was made then, I would question what has changed between 2006, when that designation was made, to now, to overturn that designation. So I would wonder what changes there are. And the last thing that I do want to talk about quickly is the wildlife. I know that's been talked about all night long, but one of the things that's of concern for me is when animals are traveling and migrating through the area. I have seen several species cross over from the south end of Shadrach and Madeline Heights to the east, the fields that have just been decimated for future development. So I would think that the animals that travel across there aren't going to have anywhere to go once all of those houses are built, and I think that in fact the animals that reside in the area are going to become more active in this green space that we have, because now they can't travel over there. There's nowhere for them to go. So quickly, I just want to say that I deeply oppose the proposal by the developer to have the town remove its designation of natural heritage and rezone the property from environmentally protected open space to emerging development. My children and I, like everybody else here in the gallery, enjoy this area for its natural environment. The dirt bare paths, they get to experience something that most town kids don't get to experience anymore. I lived in a farm town in northern Ontario. We were outside all the time. This is a safe place for the kids to ride bikes and tool around and see what they can explore. So I would very respectfully request that this proposal application be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or clarification? Motion received. Councillor Magno. Councillor Hartman. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Mr. Andrew Beaton. Mr. Beaton?
My name's Andrew Beaton. I live at 574 Heddle Crescent.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep this very short, as most of my talking points have already been covered. I guess it's a blessing and a curse being last. The main point I'm going to make is we have green space now. We're not going to be able to make that up if we rezone this. And the main point is they're not making any more land. It's not like we can go buy it somewhere else. We have green space. We need to preserve it. I don't see the added benefit of developing this just for 28 houses, because it's going to increase the traffic. Traffic is bad in our neighborhood. I live on a crescent and there are people doing 80 up our street to nowhere. It's going to ruin our roads with all the heavy construction equipment going through. That's an added cost to the town. The developer talked about putting in a roundabout at the bottom and then having a private road after that. Why not make the whole thing private and make them pay for everything? There's no added cost to the town to maintain that then. They don't have to plow it. It makes sense in that regard if this does go through, which I hope it doesn't. That's really all I have to say. I oppose this.
Thank you. Any questions? Motion to receive then. Councillor Twinney, Councillor Kerwin? Okay, thank you. All those in favor? That is carried. Now, do we have Jane Conrad here? So Jane would come forward. No, that's not Jane. If you'd come forward, sir. Yep. Give us your name and address, please.
508 Slingerland Circle, the other side of town, but still things of this nature are important. My issue specifically and recommendation is more to the draft plan of subdivision as opposed to the green space of designation that it's got right now. It is within reasonable distance of a railway track. Although the primary use of it right now is GO Train, I have lived alongside that particular train line for 4 or 5 years. It is also a freight line. Knowing that they've had recent problems with freight trains, National Transportation Safety Board has issued some reports around the infrastructure regarding the track beds. It would be worthy of consideration to look at how close that planned development is towards a known freight line. And what noise abatement steps is the town proposing to look as, if you're putting houses that close, what are you going to do to abate the noise? We're talking an 8 to a 10-foot barrier. Right now it's an open green space and you're now looking at a 10-foot concrete wall. It tends to destroy the natural beauty and the natural line of sight that we're presently enjoying right now. That's the primary concern I've got is around that, plus the potential for the rail bed. Because it's primarily being used for passenger 4 to 5 times a day now, what is it going to do when it starts getting some more freight coming up and down that line again? If the bed's not stable enough now, potentially it could be an issue. So we may want to consider consulting CN as far as their infrastructure issues in that neighborhood as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions? Motion to receive. Councillor Twinney, Councillor Manuel. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Bring forward a separate, a new idea? Or please come forward, sir. Give us your name and address, please.
My name is Jalal Jura. I'm at 462 Heddle Crescent. Again, most of the points have been spoken about, but just to point out, just see some key points from the Town of Newmarket Heritage Study that was done. According to the maps included in the reports, it shows that this area in particular that is planned to be developed is a land with existing vegetation, and it is a cultural meadow. It's not showing on any of the maps in here, but in the heritage site it outlines all the details. Also, it was in one of the maps, I believe map number 11, it was proposed for a meadow restoration, and it was considered a floodplain part of the development was considered a floodplain, and it was proposed for reforestation. And also, as mentioned before, we are already 22 hectares short of green space in Newmarket, and this is just going to add more of the shortage of green space. The amount of species that we're putting at risk is great, and obviously not to mention the vegetation that we are also taking away from this. So I strongly oppose the development. I believe we should maintain the vegetation and wildlife that we have and the beautiful green space, and not have any more shortage of green space in the town of Newmarket. And as Andrew just mentioned about the how close the development is to the railway, this development is proposed for elderly and young professionals, which means we're going to have a lot of older people there and young kids. So with the noise level, with the extra transportation, and that would be posing a problem to the condition of living for these demographics.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Motion to receive, Councillor Hampton. Regional Councillor, all those in favor? That is carried, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the issue? Please come down, give us your name and address. We allow up to 5 minutes. So we can click you on there. There you go. Okay, your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Nagwa Munir. I live on 520 Silken Lawman Drive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Council, and the staff, and the neighbors for coming tonight. Of course, I'm opposing the proposal, and I did not know before that when a land is designated for whatever it is, you can still take proposal. I just heard that tonight, so you're off the hook for that particular proposal. But Mr. Mayor, I did not maybe get in touch with you so often, but I don't know if you remember me, but I do read what you say and listen to you. And I read this, someone said that Mr. Van Buynen stated in his recent re-election announcement that he will manage growth so it develops along the Yonge Street and Davis Drive corridors and not in our residential neighborhoods. I don't know if you really said that. Well, your smile means you did. So I would appreciate if you would really keep up with that thought. I do believe that when you design a new area, you're able to design green area for it, and the growth will be according to what is planned for it. But when you come to an old residential area, it is already designed with all the services that it needs and with the green area that it needs. And to really reconstruct the area and redesign it, it will have, like someone mentioned, all the construction trucks going back and forth in the area for a long time. And you also said something earlier in this meeting. You said, do to others what you would do to yourself. And I'll take you for your word. For one child that we heard about today, if she really suffers from whether it's because of the hydro close by or for any other reasons, would anyone here like a child like this to suffer anymore? Even for one child, I think it's worth reconsidering that proposal. And we can do to ourselves what we would like to be done to this child. So, and if I trust, I moved with my husband 10 years ago to the neighborhood, and I came because I loved the idea of being in a kind of town. It's not small anymore. It's growing very much. But the idea of growth is not to counteract all the other green area and the places that make growth functional. As I said, the area is already designed with that green area in it, and growth should not take over all this green area. And for Mr. John Taylor, he mentioned in the banner, in the era, this couple of days ago, well, yeah, thank you for your words here. And I'm watching, so you were watching behind your back. It's about the Earth Hour. Like, you know, we're willing to stay in darkness for 1 hour as a symbol of taking care of certain things, but what is the point if we can go and counteract this and ruin an area like this? What's the point? What is the standard? Are we for it or against it? So when we have a standard to take care of the environment and to help the earth and to help the area where we live in by keeping a place like this, then we should stick to it. And if it's designed as a heritage, what do you call it, the design natural heritage system, then I have to trust you to keep it this way. Otherwise, I don't know what will be changing next. So when we come to an area where we know this is going to be like this, how can we make a decision if we know that everything can change? We wonder what will be next. Who knows? Maybe someone who would live in this proposed area, if it's going to go through, will come up with the idea that having a bus going there because they'll be too far in the end of Silken Lawman. Do we really need buses to go there now? We don't know what is next. So it's best to just stick to what it is designed for. And then we have on the east side of Bayview, every space there is redeveloped. We have a sign on the corner of Stonehaven and Bayview with a sign saying that someone is coming to develop it. So why stick to the new area and leave the area that is already designed and with a residential area that is quiet as it is, leave it the way it is.
I have you at 5 minutes now, if you could
Okay,
ask you to wrap up, please.
I do also oppose the idea of living close to hydro lines. I did hear, so I don't have the proof here, but I heard the concern. And honestly, to live between a train and the hydro line is kind of risky, and why take the risk? So I think that I made my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions or clarification? Motion to receive, Councillor Twinney, Councillor Manuel, all those in favour? That's carried. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the issue? Please come down and give us your name and your address, please. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Joseph Carpino. I live at 306 Silken Lawman Drive. I've been a resident of Newmarket for 10 years now. I want to thank the previous speakers, and they've all said most of my concerns from the environment, traffic, sidewalks, and safety. But I do want to bring out 2 points, actually mainly is safety. The safety regarding the proximity to the railroad tracks. There was an accident in May of 2011 where a pedestrian was killed, and only bringing the neighborhood closer to those tracks would only increase the potential for more accidents like that to happen. And also would be the safety regarding during the construction. I myself lived near construction sites, and I tell you, they're fun to play in. And children will get in there, despite fences and trespass warnings. They will get in there, and the risk of injury can happen. And I also noticed during the presentation, I actually have a question about flooding in the area because of that potential, that pond that they were building. Could that have the potential to flood in that new subdivision? Because that did look close to the area. I think that was it. I wasn't really prepared to speak tonight.
Yeah. I'm glad you asked the question, because in doing so, that means that our planning staff will take a look at that issue if there's part of the further consideration as well. So that's the purpose of these meetings tonight, is to see if we can identify the concerns, and shortly after we've heard all the deputants, we'll let you know what the next steps are, okay?
Thank you.
Anything else that you'd like to say?
That was everything.
Okay, thank you. Motion to receive, please. Councillor Emmanuel, Councillor Vague. All those in favor? And that is carried. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? If you please come down and give us your name and address, please.
My name's Tim Yall. I live at 406 Silken Lauman. I've been in Newmarket for about 7 years, and grew up not too far away from Jane Twinney 7 years ago. I've raised 2 children. I now live at Silken Lauman for the last 2 years. And I wanted to start off by actually thanking this council for, quite frankly, creating an absolutely wonderful place to live. I know I've approached you a couple of times at the skating rink and thanked you, and in turn hopefully thanked the council for creating a wonderful public space that we use all the time, whether winter, whether summer. What you're doing with the transportation system along Davis Drive is incredible. It's leading to more economic development. It's making Newmarket a great place to live. And for that, really and sincerely, I'm thankful. So if there's some negative sentiment and there's some emotion tonight, I hope you take it in stride. You've done amazing things, and I trust you'll do amazing things in the future. Number 2, I'm completely passionate about Newmarket. I think it's a fantastic place to live, and I think it's based on a lot of what you've done in the past and will continue to do in the future. But it's that passion that also fuels people here tonight, and I think that that's something to really consider, how passionate people are about some of these public spaces and green spaces. And I would say that that is, in and of itself, a reason not to move forward with this. I'm a banker. I'm a businessman by education and by experience and background. I have no problem with development, like my friend in the back here. I support economic development. It's important. But I also look at things from an upside and a downside. As a business person, this has got such limited upside, and it's got so much downside. To look at this just from an economical point of view, it benefits one group of people and a small group of people that don't live and pay taxes in this community. I don't think it's about the tax base, quite frankly. I think that you guys will do the right thing, as I know you have done in the past and will continue to do in the future, and vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or clarification? Motion to receive. Councillor Emmanuel, Councillor DiMuccio. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Maybe what we can do is, okay, please come forward. Give us your name and address, please.
Hi, my name's Kathy McLeod at 300 Silken Lauman at the very end of the street. We were the last people to purchase in the new development. We've seen a lot of things, deer, as everyone else has said. The one thing that bothers me the most is when we purchased, a representative from the builder told us about the green space behind our home and alongside of our home, which isn't necessarily true if this goes through. And the other thing is, both my husband and I are asthmatic, so we definitely are not looking forward to a construction site next to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Motion to receive then. Councillor Vague, Councillor Twinney, all those in favor? That is carried. Okay, is there anyone else that wants to bring anything forward? Maybe what we... Mm-hmm.
This is sighting of animals, birds, and I don't know if that's been handed in by, that's viable.
Oh, to have, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. If you could just take the mic.
One of the residents has handed in I guess a notice of what they've seen out in the back and around. So it's just a listing of all the animals, mammals, wildlife that's in the area. So it's just like a straight listing of...
Okay, we could leave that with the clerk. That's information that could be helpful for us as well.
Is there a concern that I can bring up with one of the councillors? Is that possible in this meeting?
I'd like to have the discussion focused on the merits of the proposal
Sure.
that's before us, and if there's another issue, we could deal with that separately.
It would be in regards to the development, if that's just more notice to the residents in the area.
Okay, well, that's a council function,
Okay.
and not a councillor function. So
Okay.
if you'd like to give us some advice on your concerns about notice to the area, then then we could hear that because it's relevant to this proposal. But I'd like you to know that that's a function of this organization and not any one councillor, though. So what's your suggestion, sir?
This is a suggestion that the notice that's been offered to the residents has been very limited. And so up until about probably a week ago, many of the residents in the area have not received any information about what's happening. So a mailer that's been handed out to us, probably half the people, if not more, have not had any notice of this up until, I guess, the public notice that's in the bottom of Silk and Lawman, and then actually the big signs that have gone up in our area. So it's...
Okay, and that's a function of the planning process and the notification process as well. In some cases, the individuals will take the opportunity to add to that as well. But maybe I'll have Mr. Nethery speak about what we're required to do and what our practice is, just so you have an understanding of that. Sure. And if there's a suggestion that we improve that, we'd certainly like to hear that. Yeah. Okay, but then I need your name and address now.
Lars Gensett, 415 Cider Court.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. Nethery, first maybe we could talk about the notification process, and then I'll turn. I see I have Councillor Vey in the queue here. Maybe Councillor Vague, and then we'll go to Mr. Nethery. Councillor Vague.
Thank you very much for your comments. As I mentioned before, I agree that the notice process is far too narrow. That's why before Christmas, myself and other volunteers delivered a notice to every single home, all 500 families in the community. Then we had, as soon as the notice went up, and we found out when the meeting will occur for tonight, we used Canada Post to deliver notice to every single family in the community again. And I did that because I agree with you. I feel that our notice process is far too narrow, and I wanted everybody to know and have the opportunity. And people have contacted me. Neighbors have met. I was with with Mr. Ruggles there, our senior planner, at a neighbor's house just on Thursday evening. So I have been making the efforts to get the word out to the community, and I know, as again, many people have contacted me, phoned me, sent me emails, and certainly y'all have continued to welcome to do that. I don't think people are too shy about providing their views on this development, but I do want to stress that I have given notice to every single family, all 500 families, twice so far now.
Thank you. And I know that Council is quite familiar with the next steps in the process, but many of you may not be. So I'll ask Mr. Nethery the next steps and what the next opportunities are, and what the approximate timeframes are, so that if you wish to follow this closer, that you'll have a bit of a timeline to work with. Mr. Nethery?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the next step will be that staff will have to bring forward a planning report which does a couple of things. First of all, it'll try to synthesize what we've heard tonight, and the particular issues that have been identified, they will be analyzed as well. We also heard that there are still outstanding comments from some of the important agencies, so notably the region, the Conservation Authority, and Hydro have yet to give us the full and complete commentary, and that's going to be necessary. And lastly, there are some outstanding peer review work that needs to be complete, as I sort of characterized earlier. So all of that needs to take place before we're in any position to make any kind of a recommendation to you. I would think that the earliest would probably be in the April to May time frame, but with a little bit of acknowledgement that if some of those comments are still outstanding, we may not be able to meet any particular date. But that's kind of a rough guess.
Okay. And then following the report, your report comes to?
Land at the regular meeting of the Committee of the Whole on one of those dates. And it will make a recommendation one way or the other to either approve, not approve, or defer. And then that decision or those recommendations will be adjudicated by this committee, and then that decision will be ratified at the subsequent council meeting. So it could conceivably come to a final decision point probably well before, say, June.
Okay. So what this does is it provides 2 additional opportunities for you to identify any concerns that might be with respect to the recommendations. That's the Committee of the Whole, and then at Council. And in the event that either the developer and or the community and or the municipality is not satisfied with the the decision that's achieved, then there still is the Ontario Municipal Board, which would adjudicate all of those. So there are still 3 opportunities for decision points, so we'll keep you posted when the next report comes forward, but please ensure that your email address has been left with the department so that we could notify you as these things go forward. I want to express my appreciation for the professional approach that you've taken. I'm sorry. If we could be brief.
The neighbor who mentioned she was sold a unit saying the back would be a green area and the sign is the same builder who's proposing this.
Okay, thank you.
Make sure that they know it's the same builder.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And again, I want to express my appreciation for the professional approach that you've taken as neighbors, and I want to express my appreciation for your interest in this important proposal within the municipality. And I encourage you to stay in touch as we go forward, and I encourage you to continue to stay engaged. That's what makes Newmarket one of the 10 top places in Canada, so I appreciate that. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Vague, Councillor Twinney, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you.